And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, Tampa the same. Tuch fires, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box and onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river. They defeat the Tampa Bay Lightning 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn, they were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers. Face-off is set for 7 o'clock tomorrow. The Bills, they began their offseason program today with new head coach Joe Brady. And the madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament. Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Looking around the NFL, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and the NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. And the Ringer's Todd McShay reports someone in the Cardinals building is pushing really, really hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding? You can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park. Get all the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
WGR.
Today I could not have done that because if I went outside and looked up in the sky, I would just be pelted in the face with snow and would not be able to see because that is what the drive-in was this morning. When will it end? It's April 7th. We're not getting snow for a home playoff game, right? That's not going to happen?
No, right? Please, no.
I mean,
please, God, no.
Sabre fans will be there in droves outside the building, whether or not that's the case, I think. But, you know, the weather and the result the other night, the Sabre fans were going to go to the airport, it sounded like, from social media, after clinching the playoffs, playoff drought ends, and then they got beat by Washington, and then the pouring rain and cold. And some fans still went, by the way. Like, good. I don't know what some was. Was it 10?
Good for those 10 people if they did.
Showed out a little bit at least. I don't know. I saw some people there.
There was a video the Sabres put out.
Yeah.
Yeah, today's better than that, I guess, because it is snow and it's not rain. But, yeah, it's cold out there, and you might have a little bit of weather on your drive-in this morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. What a win last night. You know, it didn't go the same way that the 8-7 game went a couple of weeks ago, but a lot to get to on this game. We'll have Lindy Ruff later on this morning. We'll have Paul. Sal will join as well because the Bills begin their offseason workout today. And also have a Montreal Canadiens guest way later in the show in the 9 o'clock hour. Eric Engels is going to join us because Montreal's hot, and they are 2 points back of both the Sabres and the Lightning, who are now tied for first in the Atlantic. Tampa is up only on points percentage. They've played one fewer game. The regulation wins tiebreaker is tied right now. It's 39-39. Sabres and Lightning. So this thing is going to go down to the wire. And I'm glad to have the race down the stretch. And they needed to win that game last night.
Yes,
they
they
need
did.
for that, for the race, for the division, not for home ice. They could still beat out Montreal without winning that game last night, but they would have been down 4 with 4 games to play. You can make that up. I mean, Montreal just made up 9. I think it's 13 points in 9 days, or maybe it's the other way around. 9 points in 13 days.
Yeah.
On the Sabres, so you can do it, but it's tough. So they get it done, and well, there's a lot to say on this game. A lot of individuals I think that were fantastic in this game, but I have a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, oh, you think we can only play river hockey? Mm-hmm. Watch this.
Yep.
And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and it's, we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're going to punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought I had in my notes like clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yep.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up 1. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge, huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but, Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face. And they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice, I think that you are comfortable with the goalie you had last night saying you can go into any game and beat anybody.
Luukkonen, man, he might have deserved the belt again last night. The problem was he already had it.
Yes.
So, you can't really give it to yourself in the locker room. He ends up giving it to Shen. And Tuch ends up being this number 1 star of the game. Fine with that. He was flying all around the ice all night.
He was moving.
Yeah. He did take a couple penalties, but...
Yeah. Made up for the one immediately.
I get something to say in that Kucherov penalty. Kucherov knew exactly what he was doing.
Absolutely, he
but,
did.
yeah, Luukkonen outplayed Vasilevsky.
Absolutely.
Like, all the numbers in this game were even. Like, the shot attempts were 53-52. Shots were 29-25. Scoring chances were, just out of here, 18-17. High danger chances, 7-7. Like, everything was even in this game.
Yep.
But your guy made one more big save than their guy did.
Yeah, and I thought Vasilevsky gave up some average goals, and I didn't think you saw that from Luukkonen. I think, the maybe the first one you'd like a save, but it's a great shot on a, defensive zone turnover, and that's the way it goes. You get beat sometimes, and I thought he played a really confident game. Lindy post-game mentioned the play he made when the Sabres iced the puck late. Cooper pulls Vasilevsky, puts out his big guns, and UPL did a really great job to recognize the situation and get a whistle quickly as soon as the draw got won.
Yep.
He said, I'm getting this puck and I'm holding on, and I'm getting my fresh guys out here. And he did it's a very small thing, but it was great. And then followed up by the opposite, where he made a great read to bat the puck over to his D-man, which he got an assist on for the empty netter.
Right.
He made both a great conservative play to cover the puck and get a whistle, and a great aggressive, smart puck play decision to get his team the game sealing goal.
Yeah.
That is, you want to talk about goalie impact. You make all the saves you need, and you make 2 plays like that in a game. That is as good as it gets for a guy. So, I mean, I think Luukkonen stamped himself last night as this is your no doubt playoff goaltender. I don't think there's any way you see him play the way he did last night in all those things I just mentioned, in the spot that it was, and not think that that's your guy going into the playoffs.
He also almost scored a goal.
Yeah.
Tried to.
Yeah.
Did he kill the idea of a rotation dead last night?
I 100% think so.
I think what he probably earned last night and throughout this little stretch is the right to keep the net with a poor game.
Yes.
And I think even before last night, I might have still thought he plays a game 1 reasonably well. Maybe they win it. They lose a game 2 where he lets in 5, and maybe you didn't like a couple of them. That, all right, they would still go, like, Lyon is still there enough that they could go back to him in a game 3. They go to Lyon in a game 3. And I feel like now Luukkonen has bought himself, you have an off game, probably if it's only 1, but you have 1 off game in the playoffs, it almost doesn't matter how bad it is. I think he's still getting the next one.
Yep, he's buying himself a leash. That's what he's doing. He's playing well, and he's earning himself more leash from Lindy as the playoffs approach.
You know, like he wasn't like last night statistically isn't going to end up being like his greatest game of the year, but man, it you could argue it. Like the caliber of opponent and all the things you're talking about in the third period. How about the 2-on-1 save that he makes on Gensel? Is that in the second period?
Yep, standing straight up.
How much confidence do you got to have to make that save while standing, right? Because it looked to me at the end like, well, Gensel, what do you do? You got the whole 5-hole to shoot at. But like maybe Luukkonen's even baiting him into that, like into the glove. It just standing up and making that save as casually as he did, it was, okay, this guy's so dialed tonight.
Yeah, that is a clip that his goalie coach will show him and go like, that's what you got to be doing. Like that is, you know exactly what's coming. You know what you want to do. You're going to dictate the play, and you're just going to make your job as easy as it can be. There's no easier save that he will ever make because of the position and the read that he gave himself than that. Like he just, all right, Gensel's going to come in. He's probably got a good pre-scout on Gensel, knows that's likely his spot. He's probably not going to shoot low because he's a guy that likes to score. I'm going to just eat this. And that is a confidence booster. Every single guy on the bench, I'm telling you right now, noticed that and went, wow. Like, that was legit. It's almost humiliating for Gensel to go down on a 2-on-1 and not even make the goalie go down in the butterfly.
Right.
Like, that is a dominant play from a goalie. There's not a lot of times that you can see a goaltender be truly dominant in a moment. That is what it looks like for a goalie to be dominant. That he just watches it fly into his glove and goes, yeah, it was easy. Yeah. On a perennial 30-goal scorer.
Yeah, right. Like one of their best goal scorers, like Team USA 30. What does he have? 38 on the year, Gensel?
Yeah, he's
having a year.
Guy scores goals.
Dahlin, by the way, like same thing. Like he's so on the pass on that 2-on-1. It is total. My guy's got this.
Exactly.
Like I'm not even going to go near Gensel because I just know I'm going to give him the shot. He's got 36, by the way, on the year. Just phenomenal game from Luukkonen.
Yeah.
Yeah. He still does make me nervous, and I wish Lyon was still pushing. And that has not really happened for him because Luukkonen still does. There's too many games, there's too many years to forget that he does have stretches like this.
Yeah.
And will mix a game in, or if not multiple games in, where the soft goal goes in at the bad time and you have the bad game at the wrong moment. That's Luukkonen. I still think you'll get that in the playoffs. But listen, if he can limit those to one a series, and you also have a team, like this you could even argue is a little bit of the last Tampa game. That was not all his fault that he let in 7 goals, but that last game is a little bit of evidence of, okay, if he has a game like that once a series, I do have a team that can win some of those games.
Yeah.
You don't have to lose all of them. Luukkonen can have a game where he lets in 2 bad ones and they let in 5, but his team scored 6.
Yep.
Like they have, that's the river hockey element that they do have. That if the goalie isn't on that night and they have to get into a track meet, they can win that game.
Exactly.
They can win last night. They can win every type of game. And they've done it against this team. That is the big bad bully, Stanley Cup champion, veteran team, John Cooper, the best player in the league, and Kucherov, and statistically this year, the best goalie in the league, all the accolades that they have. And this Sabres team has beat them 3 times in a row and was 26 seconds away from sweeping the season series against them. And I know playoffs are different, but these games have been intense. These games have been crazy intense and physical.
Last night was a really high-pace, intense game that I think is close to what you'll see in the playoffs.
The third period is all just tense, and it is tight, and the Sabres were able to play that way and match them physically once again. Like, I think that the Lightning should be favored against the Sabres if they match up in a playoff series. But I think they've proven this year, in those 4 games specifically against the Lightning, that they can beat Tampa in a 7-game series. There's no doubt they can beat the Lightning. Absolutely. The Lightning, again last night, their defensemen are slow. There's Tuch, second time in a row against the Lightning on the penalty kill, where I think it was Radish maybe on both times, or maybe it was a different defenseman the first time. But either way, penalty kill. Tuch gets the puck at the blue line, and he's level with the defenseman. By the time he reaches the other blue line, he's a stride behind him and in on a breakaway. This time he didn't score. He almost did. He had 3 chances.
3 chances on that one play. That was incredible.
But they can just blow by these Lightning defensemen for an entire playoff series.
Yeah. And especially if they're moving the puck and transitioning like they did last night. I thought the first 2 periods, especially the third period, it was almost a different hockey game to me in what they were trying to do. I think the first 2 periods, they were transitioning the puck so fast that Tampa just could not keep up, and they could not handle the speed coming at them. And when they're passing the puck as well as they can and snapping it around, I don't think there's a team that can slow them down or a system that can jam them up, because they move it so quick and they're just together. They know where each other are going to be. Mm-hmm. There's like a couple of set D zone plays that I jotted down last night that just are executed to perfection, step for step. You know where the guy's going to be. It's on the tape. They know what's going to happen. Even if something goes wrong, they don't panic. And I was so impressed last night with a lot of that stuff in terms of their preparation and their execution that I think is a testament to what Ruff is doing for them.
Yeah.
He has got them ready to play. I know that the last stretch has not been great for them, but there is stuff last night in terms of like I just mentioned, face-off plays and execution and the plan going into the third period and how they did that. That is that's a coach that you've got that is commanding that locker room and has them following orders, hand in hand, step in step. And it's really, really impressive.
There's something I want to ask Lindy about later, because this doesn't get thought of a lot, because when you think of line changes, it's just last change, home coach. That's just kind of how it goes. Mm-hmm. But there was a moment in the third period last night where I think this was because Cooper had gotten the line rotations to where his 4th line would go out right after Stanley and Schenn. So Lindy could never really get Stanley and Schenn against the weakest line.
Right.
Because they were exhausted by the time that would happen. And there was I wonder if there are mind games like this, where Stanley and Schenn had been on the ice for maybe about a minute, and out comes the Tampa 4th line, and Lindy sent Stanley and Schenn back out there. Like, Stanley came to the bench, and maybe Cooper thought, okay, they're changing. Here comes my 4th line. And then the Sabres did not change their third pair. And I thought, that's give me 30, 45 more seconds.
Right.
So that I
can you
can match
eat
you
this?
up against their fourth line for the rest of the game.
Right. Can you get through this stretch here, and then you will be cruising. That there's absolutely that kind of stuff, especially between two coaches like Cooper and Ruff.
Yeah.
That have been doing it as long as they have. Like, those two guys have got a book of tricks that they're trying to pull on one another.
You brought up the empty net sequence where Dunn wins what ends up being a critical faceoff.
Huge draw. Yeah.
Dunn wins the faceoff right back, and Luukkonen covers it and gets the freeze. That shift could have been a nightmare for the Sabres. It could have been the tying goal. Their fourth line is on the ice. They had iced the puck, so they're exhausted. And the Lightning send out their top guys. Here comes Kucherov and Point. They're all fresh. And if I'm Cooper, I'm going to do the same thing. I know there's 4 minutes left. I'm going to go get 6-on-5 with my top guys against their worst guys.
100%.
And the moment you win that draw and freeze it, that's why Cooper sends the goalie back in. Because now I don't have that advantage.
Right. There's no the risk now returns to outweighing the reward. There's not the same potential that you can hem them in and bury them here. So I loved last night, just as a hockey game, like even removing the Sabres context, was a brilliant hockey game to watch, just up and down the ice.
Yeah.
I think both coaches made a lot of really good decisions. I thought the goalies were great. I thought there were great plays from a ton of different guys it was really a fun night in the arena. And the building
the
was
arena
nuts.
First period especially, it was so juiced up.
It was insane in there. I mean, I tweeted this out, but there was a moment before the game where, like, it was before the anthem even, where they played the RJ video that we all have been, raving about. And the moment it flashes up on the screen, there was a buzz in the arena that had been developing since even outside. And I wow, this energy's crazy. It's loud already in here. It's just people talking. You could hear a pin drop when that screen flashed up and RJ started talking, and it went dead quiet in there.
Yeah.
And then after, when they put up the, playoffs clinch graphic, I have never heard that building like that. It was bonkers in there. I cannot imagine what game one is going to be like in that building.
Yeah.
It's going to be absurd.
There were also "We Want Hagel" chants in the third period.
Yeah,
I heard
hard.
There were a
heard
couple
it on the
sections
broadcast.
over from where I was, and it was getting loud. It was getting loud. Yeah,
I think they got the whole arena doing it. Didn't
They
they?
did.
Or most of it.
It spread.
There was, in the anthem, there was some, where's Hagel, jeering. It is going to be a scene if they see them in the playoffs.
There was a punching dummy outside of the arena with Hagel's face on it.
I watched some kid go insane on that thing.
We are all the way back when we're at punching dummies with guys' faces on them from the other team.
We're duct taping printed out pictures.
I mean, things we're going to – the crowd's going to have to get back in the swing of things on chanting the goalie's name during a series. I remember them doing it to Emery. I don't know if they ever – I don't remember the crowd ever doing it. Call in if you remember someone else. I remember them doing it for Emery. I don't remember anyone else. Maybe the name's got to be right. Like DiPietro never got that. That's a tough name to chant in that way.
For sure.
There's like a UPL song. Have you heard that?
No.
It was going on behind me last night. It was like it's to the tune of the Saints Go Marching In. And it's like Ukko-Pekka, Luukkonen, Ukko-Pekka, Luukkonen, and that was going on behind me.
Wow.
Listen, if we can start getting chants and songs going like at soccer games,
that would be pretty awesome.
That's beyond where we've even been in the past.
We had a fully dressed goaltender in the stands.
Yeah.
That was awesome. There was a guy in full chest protector pads.
Pads? And he was doing a warm-up whenever the camera was on him. He was going all over the place.
Did he buy 2 seats? That seems
he was in
very uncomfortable for the person
seat.
next to you.
Aisle seat.
Okay, that's critical.
Big get for him.
Yeah,
was
that's
aisle
critical.
Seat.
You're not showing up. You're not sitting next to me with pads if we're in the middle of the row.
No, that's bad luck.
I'm getting you out of there if that's happening.
I think I wouldn't be surprised.
Cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was sitting in that aisle seat and saw that dude coming down the line and said, "Hey, why don't you take my spot? I think we're going to be a little better shape here if you're down at the end."
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a scene in there last night.
Got a thought on last night's game? 803-0550 is the phone number. I think it's evidence. They can beat the Lightning in a playoff series. And if they can beat the Lightning in a playoff series, they can make the Stanley Cup final. Like, those two things are the same to me. 803-0550 is the phone number. Paul coming up at 7. Lindy Ruff at 8. We'll get Sal in along the way as well because the Bills start offseason workouts today as well. A couple of defensemen I want to talk about when we come back. Byram, I thought, was incredible last night. Sabres win, and they get tied for first in the Atlantic once again at 102 points. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. This is WGR. Hey, Sneaky Joe DiBiase here again from the Men of W.
And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, tap of the save. Tuch fires, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box and onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river. They defeated the Tampa Bay Lightning 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn were the goal scorers. And Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers. Face-off set for 7 o'clock tomorrow. The Bills, they began their offseason program today. New head coach Joe Brady's regime. The madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament as Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Looking around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. And the Ringer's Todd McShay reports someone in the Cardinals building is pushing hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. The Ride for Roswell is coming up on Saturday, June 27th. There's still time to sign up and ride alongside the WGR team. Visit WGR550.com to join our team or donate. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Behind the net, Chafee forced up the wall. Sabres backhand pass for Perry, and Luukkonen gets over. Great stop by Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
Luukkonen! Luukkonen! Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen! Ukko-Pekka! Ukko-Pekka! Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen! Hey, hey!
It's one of your Firth moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. That's the Luukkonen chant or song. It's more of a chant than a song, but it's all right. We're on our way. Was that in the arena or was that?
No, that was a video from X, but that was what was in the arena last night that I was hearing.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, let's see if it catches on. Give me a European soccer chant about a player on the team, and then we could start coming up with more songs and chants for the other guys. Sabres win 4-2 over the Lightning. They outscore the Lightning 18-11 in their 3 wins in a row against Tampa in the last month or so. 6-2 in Tampa, 8-7 here, and 4-2 here as well. And last night, a different sort of win. A lot to get to on the game. And there's also an Alex Tuch conversation that hasn't been had a lot that I'm thinking a lot about this morning after he was unbelievable yesterday. First star of the game, flying all around the ice. I wonder how much his season, or is it more the team season, is changing the conversation about what will happen with him in the summer. Like, are people being convinced that maybe don't love the idea of paying him $10.5 million a year, that, oh, maybe this is a good idea, the more games that are going by? He really hadn't done a lot in the stretch that they'd been losing some games.
Yeah, he had been struggling a little bit. I think people have been kind of thinking all year that he's had some, great, awesome games. He's had a good year overall, but there have been streaks where he's a ghost a little bit, a little disengaged, a little floaty. So I think that there was a little bit of that happening in the stretch where the Sabres have been losing. But last night was, that's what you can get out of him if he's at his peak. Like that is the kind of player you're getting, and that's a good player. So, yeah. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how much they have earned a deal out of him, how much he thinks he's earned out of them. There's 2 sides to this coin that are going to be really interesting to see, who lands heads up, because I think there's cases to be made on either side of it for the organization to, This is an important player for us, and he matters a lot, But is there a better decision to be made here? Is there a non-emotional decision to be made here that will help the organization in the long run that could be more, prudent for them? I think that there's a conversation there. If you can revisit a Robert Thomas trade and get younger and cheaper than that deal would be for Tuch, I think that's an idea that is attractive and would be attractive to a lot of fans and to a lot of managers. I don't know how Jarmo Kekalainen will feel about it.
Yeah.
But that's a thing that people would be heavy on.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like that one example, and I brought that up recently too. Like if I don't think they would sign Tuch until they know that a Robert Thomas idea would be dead. Like I think they might want to take another swing at that in the summer before they make a call on whether to pay Tuch or not. If it's not Thomas, though, if that one specific idea isn't there for them, the Blues, by the way, are going on a run.
They're in the race.
They're in the race. So they've they've really turned it around here. Where are they now? They're 5 points back now, so I guess they fell back a little. But
yeah, but they were really out of it. And there was. I've heard some people say about that Doug Armstrong, the Blues GM, might have wanted Thomas to know that he was out there, not because he was trying to trade him, but because he wanted to light a fire under him. And I think that's worked if that was the plan.
Yeah.
And if that was the plan, then that's unfortunate for the rest of the league because he's a really good player. And he would be a guy that I think every team in the league would want to add. And the Sabres would be right on the top of that list if this is the kind of mindset they're thinking about.
Yeah, he's got 5 goals and 5 assists in his last 5 games.
Yeah, he had a big night the other night.
He had a hat trick. So if it's not Thomas, though, like Tuch, what are they without Tuch? They're missing a pretty key component. I mean, he is your second leading goal scorer on the team. He is the guy that plays the most with your best player, your best forward.
Yep.
There's nobody Tage has played more with in his Sabre career, let alone this season, than Alex Tuch. It's always Tage, Tuch, and Skinner. It's Thompson, Tuch, and it's Peterka. It's Thompson, Tuch, and now it's Krebs. It's Thompson, Tuch, and Benson. But it's almost always Thompson and Tuch. So he is your guy for your best forward. He also, clearly, last night was evidence of this. He did not score, but he had 3 opportunities. He is the most dangerous penalty killer in the league. He's got the most shorthanded points in the NHL in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
By the way, Ryan McLeod is 3rd, not that far behind. But he gives you that element. He doesn't give you a lot on the power play, and he's good enough defensively, right?
Yeah, he's good. I'd say really good defensively.
The forecheck that he has with the speed that he has and the length because his stick is so long and he's not overly physical, but he's fine in that department as well when he's bought in.
Strong on his skates. He's not a weak player by any means.
Like, what are they really missing without him? And how do you plan to replace him if you don't want to give him the money that he's earned at this point? It could be Robert Thomas, but if it's not, what, am I shopping around in free agency? Because if I'm not going expensive in free agency, then I'm still probably overpaying somebody, but just on a smaller level. I'm overpaying a 31-year-old on a 4-year deal, $6 million. I mean, I'm making the Okposo deal with somebody instead of making the Tuch deal. Or I'm just betting on someone to do it for me internally. And
that
you could just say, yeah, I trust that Ostlund is going to become that good of a player that he'll be the guy that plays with Tage all next year.
Let's run through that a little bit. Because as you're laying all that out, what I'm going through in my head is, all right, what do they have that could possibly replace that already just in the system? So, all right, what does Tuch do? Really, really good penalty killer, good defensively in his own end. Do we think that Noah Ostlund can take just that role over?
I think that he's already doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So can he replace Tuch on the kill and eat some of the defensive zone minutes that Tuch eats? Yes? All right. We're all good there. Okay, great. Good.
Yep.
Okay, now we've got to replace a little bit of goal scoring. Can the combination of the development from a Noah Ostlund offensively, a Zach Benson, or a Jack Quinn, plus, I mean, did you see some of the plays Konsta Helenus made last night?
I saw some clips. He's on fire in Rochester.
He is dominating the AHL in a way that you would say this guy is ready to go next year. You're not putting him back in the A next year.
That's true.
Do you think that the combination of an increase from Benson, Quinn, Ostlund, and the addition of Helenus can replace the total offensive production from Alex Tuch? I think you could probably be pretty comfy in saying yes to that. I mean, if you get 7 more goals out of Ostlund, you get another 10 from Benson, you get the same thing you're getting now from Quinn, and you get a decent rookie year out of Helenus. Mm-hmm. That is his offensive production replaced. Now, will that be the same sort of comfortable fit with Thompson? Will that be the same energy and leadership in the locker room? Mm-hmm. No, probably not. Definitely not right away. But I think you are in a position as an organization where you can make this decision and feel comfortable either way without doing anything else with the room that it gets you. Mm-hmm. So I think that there is a real place to go here where you can decide after the season, all right, is this number something that really makes sense for the next 8 years of the Buffalo Sabres? I know that good teams do this kind of stuff where they sign a guy and they figure it out later. Mm-hmm. You know what good teams also do? They let Steven Stamkos go, even though he's the captain of their organization for the last 15 years.
Tampa did do that.
Because he wants too much money.
Mm-hmm.
And they rebound and look at where they're at. Look at what Tampa's done this year without him and last year. Mm-hmm. They're fine. And Stamkos is a really good player.
Yeah, he's still great.
So you can survive these kind of things. And Tampa is not a team with young guys ready to step in that are developing. Buffalo is.
Yeah.
So, not to try and talk anybody out of the Alex Tuch business. I love the guy, and I think he's great. But I think if you're talking to Yarmo and you lay all that out in front of him, he goes, that doesn't sound too bad.
That is a good way. The way you lay it out, that's a really convincing. That is the best argument for why you don't do it, or you don't feel the need to do it. Right. That I don't need to go way over what I'm comfortable with. If I'm comfortable going at 9.5 and you're not settling for anything less than 11, then I'm not meeting it.
Right.
That's the argument against it. It is still, though, a little too Kevin Adams-y for me.
I
just
hear that.
Say the guy that's down in the AHL right now
can do it.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
Sure. I agree.
I trust. Like, I don't know that Benson's ever going to score like that.
No, but
I don't know that Quinn has another gear above what he's doing right now. Mm-hmm. I do believe Ostlund does.
I do too.
I think there is absolutely there's another level for him, and I think he is definitely already giving you the defensive element. He doesn't penalty kill now. I imagine he could and be dangerous. Be dangerous on the penalty kill.
Yep.
Maybe that's the level Tuch is, but someone that could give you a couple shorthanded goals a year. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he'll score 30 goals like Tuch will, but
I'll bet he scores 25 and he gets 65 assists. That might be lofty for him, but that's the kind of player I think Lindy Ruff thinks he's that kind of player.
Right. If he becomes the full form player that he is, maybe he's not scoring 30, but maybe he's getting Tage to score 50.
You listen to Lindy Ruff talk about Ostlund, and that's a guy that he sees a player there. And that's, I would like to think that I trust Lindy Ruff's judgment on that. He's a guy that's been around a while.
Yeah. I guess that's where I'm going to have to decide what I want them to do long term with both Tuch and Byram, who I feel like were the best two players on the ice last night. And they are the two guys they have to make decisions on in the next 12 to 14 months. And they were both incredible against the Lightning. And there are long-term ramifications 3, 4, 5 years down the road once these players are, Byram's not this, but Tuch would be not the same guy. But then I think, man, if I get Ostlund to become the player you're talking about, and Helenus comes up, and he's scoring, and Benson takes a step, and Tuch is still here,
Right.
I'm the best team in the East, maybe.
Yeah.
That's tempting to me as well, but it's a good argument either way. 803-0550 if you thought on this. Paul coming up at 7. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Luukkonen outplayed Vasilevsky.
Absolutely.
Like, all the numbers in this game were even. Like, the shot attempts were 53-52. Shots were 29-25. Scoring chances were, just out of here, 18-17. High danger chances, 7-7. Like, everything was even in this game.
Yep.
But your guy made one more big save than their guy did.
Yeah, and I thought Vasilevsky gave up some average goals, and I didn't think you saw that from Luukkonen. I think, the maybe the first one you'd like a save, but it's a great shot on a defensive zone turnover, and that's the way it goes. You get beat sometimes, and I thought he played a really confident game. Lindy post-game mentioned the play he made when the Sabres iced the puck late. Cooper pulls Vasilevsky,
yes,
puts out his big guns, and UPL did a really great job to recognize the situation and get a whistle quickly as soon as the draw got won.
Yep.
He said, I'm getting this puck and I'm holding on, and I'm getting my fresh guys out here. And he did it's a very small thing,
yeah,
but it was great. And then followed up by the opposite, where he made a great read to bat the puck over to his D-man, which he got an assist on for the empty netter.
Right.
He made both a great conservative play to cover the puck and get a whistle, and a great aggressive, smart puck play decision to get his team the game-sealing goal.
Yeah.
That is, you want to talk about goalie impact. You make all the saves you need, and you make two plays like that in a game. That is as good as it gets for a guy. So, I think Luukkonen stamped himself last night as this is your no-doubt playoff goaltender. I don't think there's any way you see him play the way he did last night in all those things I just mentioned, in the spot that it was, and not think that that's your guy going into the playoffs.
He also almost scored a goal.
Yeah.
Tried to.
Yeah.
Did he kill the idea of a rotation dead last night?
I 100% think so.
I have a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, you think we can only play river hockey? Mm-hmm. Watch this. Yep. And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're going to punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought I had in my notes clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up 1. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face, and they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice.
Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. The Artemis 2 mission set the record yesterday, right? Do the flyby around the moon. They're on their way back. Space pictures are always like, how real is this picture? Like yesterday, the craters, it's like this is the photo they took, and the craters are like colored.
Yeah.
And it's because it's like a different filter, but that's not always readily explained right out of the gates when they show it.
Can we standardize some sort of color filter or setting? Can we standardize camera settings in space? Is that a thing we can do?
I remember seeing a picture of Pluto when they sent a whatever there like a few years ago for the first time, and it's like, oh, that looks cool. And then at the very bottom in like the little gray font in the bottom right corner, it's like, this is a it wasn't heat. Like it wasn't like
thermal
a real lens
or something
maybe
like that.
thermal
imaging. Yeah.
It wasn't like a real lens.
Well, they put
or
one out of
something.
Jupiter the other day, and it's like blue. Like the storm
Right.
clouds are blue. Like you don't normally get that on a picture of Jupiter or anything like that. So
Right.
Filters.
I did see another one of the moon though that was like the clearest thing they've ever taken of it. 803-0550 is the phone number. George in Buffalo next up. What's up, George?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm not quite sure, with Tuch, that if that is the year and, if it's 8 years and $11 million, I can't imagine any team would sign him to that. But that's not my point. We forget that Yuri Kulik is still out there. At least, well, I'm sure you guys don't forget that, but at least I forgot that he's still out there. And, he, from all accounts, he looks like he does add, some offense, and he almost seems a little bit more of a defensive specialist to me. But, he could be a nice addition if they do lose Tuch, along with all the other young guys. So as much as I like Tuch, I mean, if that's if that's where he wants to draw his line with those kind of numbers and those years, I mean, you gotta be smart about it, But I was wondering what do you guys think that he's worth a year and for how many years?
Yeah. Thanks, George, for the call. I am glad you brought him up because I did kind of forget about him in this equation just because he hasn't been here all year. But he's someone that needs to be mentioned. I'm not at a point, though, where I am like counting on Yuri Kulik. One, because of health reasons, but two, because I think he's looked fine.
Yeah, he's been fine, but if he gets back to where he was, Ruff loved him like almost Oslin loved him. So he could come in and he was a goal scorer. He could shoot the puck.
Right.
So that's another guy to pitch in on that Tuch replacement offense if you need it.
Paul Hamilton, when we come back on the Sabres win over the Lightning, tying them for first in the Atlantic. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I have a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, you think we can only play river hockey? Mm-hmm. Watch this. Yep. And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and it's, we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're gonna punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought I had in my notes like clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up one. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face, and they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice, I think that you are comfortable with the goalie you had last night, saying you can go into any game and beat anybody.
And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, Tampa the same. Tuch, fire, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box and onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river. They defeated the Tampa Bay Lightning 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers tomorrow with face-off set for 7 o'clock. The Bills begin their offseason program today with new head coach Joe Brady, and the madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament as Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and the NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. And the Ringer's Todd McShay reports that someone in the Cardinals building is pushing hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Every mile tells a story. Help us celebrate those who make the Ride for Roswell a success. Whether you ride, volunteer, or donate, you're making a difference. Share your story of why you'd take part in the Ride for Roswell and tag hashtag RFR 2026 for a chance to be featured. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Paul Hamilton joins the show now on the Western Hotline. The Sabres win over the Lightning. They win the season series. The building was rocking last night. Lindy loved it. Lindy mentioned, Paul, I don't know if you had seen the video too, of the Brandon Hagel dummy outside the building. And I think we got a chant at the end of the game, "We want Hagel." So fans were into it.
Yeah, they were, and the players mentioned that, right? You know, that they really got a good shot of adrenaline for the way that game started, just with the fans, and they were loud. They were, and the puck hadn't even been dropped yet. So, they've really enjoyed what the fans have made this arena into the last 15 or so games.
Sabres win 4-2 over the Lightning. And a lot to get to from this game, Paul. They tie for first in the Atlantic Division again. I'm thinking a lot about that matchup, though, specifically. I mean, we got to see the 4 matchups, and they were all pretty recent, right? They had not seen the Lightning for a long time in the regular season, and they were 26 seconds away from sweeping the season series over the Lightning. So I'm not saying I'm not, respectful of what they would be as a challenge in a playoff series, but I don't know. Don't you feel like the Sabres prove that they don't have to, but they could definitely beat the Lightning if they were matched in a 7-game series?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lightning are finally waking up to the fact that the Buffalo Sabres are real with what they have been able to pull off this season. I don't think they felt that way until maybe this game, this game. I don't think they felt that way in the 8-7 game, and maybe the 8-7 game woke them up a little bit to it also. And, to be able to take almost 8 out of 8 against Tampa Bay, and it turned out, I know I was saying when we just started playing Tampa Bay, I said, why are they waiting until February for a divisional opponent to play? And the way the 4 games worked out, it's almost like that's why. Because it really stimulated interest. You had 2 teams. The Sabres are trying to get back into it as far as finding and beating the Lightning and first place. I mean, they already were into it as far as getting into a playoff spot. But to be able to, and even the first game, I know I had said to Brian, I said, they can't win all 4 games today. All they can do is win 1. So you concentrate on that. You win a hockey game, feel good about yourselves, and then move on to the next one when you play them, which was coming up at the end of the month. So they didn't win it. They kind of blew it, and they were extremely upset with themselves. And I said, well, it would have been really handy, and it doesn't make this easy. If they want to get first place, they probably now have put themselves in a position where they got to beat the Lightning 3 times. But, again, when you play them at the end of February, you can't win all 3 games on that day. You can just win 1. So win the 1, feel good about yourself, and then worry about you got 2 more then coming in Buffalo. And that's the way they handle it. I mean, that's what they did is, win the game in Tampa. That's the game that they chased Vasilevsky, if you recall, 6-2 win. He only played 21 minutes and gave up 5 goals. So, and they've done that each time. They just don't get ahead of themselves. They were kicking themselves for not getting that extra point, but they still, at the end of the day, played one of the best teams in the National Hockey League, and 4 times in a little over a month and a half, and took 7 out of 8 points.
Yep. And, they also showed, Paul, that they can win in different ways. I mean, there was the river hockey comment that we've all had fun with, and they won that way against the Lightning the last time. It was up and down the ice and became a track meet 8-7. But last night, isn't that evidence they can win the total opposite? I mean, that third period, they completely shut down. I mean, not that they did much any of them offensively themselves, the Sabres did, but that's the perfect period. I think when you're sitting on a lead, is just have nothing happen for the entire third period.
Well, I looked up, and we were just a little bit past the midway point, and I looked up, and the shots were 3-2 Ottawa. I mean, and that's it. The Sabres were playing extremely well. They were cutting down on the good chances. They were very rarely turning the puck over. The one time they did, it wound up in their net. But, very, very few turnovers. They weren't giving freebies up. And, they were defending the 1-goal lead like they had all year long. I mean, that's the way the Sabres have done it all year when it comes to defending leads. They get out there in the third period, and they, I don't want to say dominated, but they didn't really let. It was more in a 3-5. You had 5 shots total in the first 20 minutes or 10 minutes of the period, and basically what they did is get the puck, work hard. Get out, get your breakout out. If you need to flip it out. Make sure you get it out, and then live for another day. And it wasn't like either team was putting it on their goaltender, although the goaltenders did make some really good saves. But they, weren't putting it on the goaltender, and it was almost surgical the way they played that third period.
Yeah, Luukkonen, right. I think it was 2 high-danger chances I saw in the entire third for Tampa, but there were a couple, and Luukkonen did stand tall. Paul, he just seems so dialed in lately and last night. I mean, him making that save on Gensel on the 2-on-1 in the second without even going down to the ice, just picking it out of his glove while still standing. I mean, he seems to be in the zone, and I don't know, does he not have a stranglehold on the playoff goalie job? Like, I'm not sure if we're not at a point anymore, right, where it would be a rotation. When you expect it would just be Luukkonen?
I would expect, yeah. I mean, I was talking to the goalie about this, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet on the air, about I said, does it look to you like if Luukkonen makes a really big save to start the game, isn't he kind of all set for the rest of the game? It seems like he really, really thrives on that, and he did. He had a big save very early in this game, and it seems like he thrives once he makes that big save. He's in the game, feels good about himself, and he agreed with me. He goes, yeah, exactly, and he kind of went into a little more detail about it. But still, it's and he just seems to be able to do that, and even like he's lost some games where he's only given up 2 goals recently. He lost to Washington 2-1. And he gave up 2 to Ottawa, and that's really been it, and lost those games. And I always point to, he won the game he gave up 7, he won, and then there's been 2 games recently where he's only given up 2 and he's lost.
Right, and we'll see how many games he can string in a row like that. But I mean, he can be a goalie that gets hot, right? Like even in some of these seasons that. You look back on the numbers from the whole year, and they don't look great, but there was like a month in there where Luukkonen was on fire, and if that's going to be this month, then, I mean, that's how you win a round, right? Like, he gives you 5-6 good games in a series, and you can easily win a playoff series that way.
Well, a couple years ago, he had the best numbers in the NHL in many cases at playing where the Sabres did a pretty good job maybe the last 35 games of the year. And his numbers were tops in the NHL in some categories. And I told you I looked it up, I think maybe 2 games ago for him, and since December 9th,
Right.
I just haven't looked it up since. He had the best save percentage in the NHL.
I would imagine last night did not hurt him in that department. I don't think. Other things that happened last night, Paul. The Sabres win 4-2 over the Lightning. Alex Tuch. Was that a $10.5 million performance from Alex Tuch last night?
Wow, he did everything. Well, he did score 1, but he did everything but score again. He could have had 6 goals. I mean, the way he was flying around the ice, and that's what he said. And he admitted he had been nursing an injury. He says, "I know it sounds like an excuse," and admitted that it had affected him. But he hadn't really missed a lot or anything like that. And we knew he missed because he was sick. And I agree with him. I think it has affected his play. And he said he felt really good in this game. And he said, I got to keep skating just like that. He said, now that he's over that minor injury, whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I wonder if Tage Thompson's playing with an injury because he did not take part in the morning skate. They called it maintenance. And he did play in the game. But he just doesn't look like Tage Thompson to me right now. So I'm wondering, now that he's missed a morning skate and had whatever it was, if maybe he's playing with something too that has hindered him.
Is there any part of his game that is looking off a little bit? He looked like he was skating well last night, but I don't know that I remember him being super dangerous throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it doesn't look to me like he's being lazy at all, like he doesn't want to battle. But, he really hasn't been able to battle as well. I noticed that. There was one game in this stretch where I didn't even know he played. I mean, he just wasn't with it at all. That was a game where he didn't skate well. So
yeah,
I just feel like I just wonder, and when we at this point of the year, you almost never know if he's fighting something too.
Right. Paul Hamilton with us. The third pair last night, Paul, how did you feel like the Luke Schenn, Logan Stanley pairing handled it? They did not, numbers-wise, they were fine. There was the goal in the second period where Stanley couldn't get the puck out. Third period, though, it seemed like it went reasonably well.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I think as the game went on, it got better. I thought that I didn't have a huge problem with it. I wondered why Lindy Ruff was still playing them a lot in the third period. Mm-hmm. But maybe because he just wanted to roll the defense, and they were doing well. As I said, they gave up 3 shots in the first half of the period. So, that's probably why. And Schenn, I saw a couple of plays where, he was tough on the wall in the battle. I saw it in front of the net. Of course, when the big scrum started, he was right in the middle of it. And really, I think one of the reasons this didn't turn into a lot more than it did was because Schenn and Stanley were dressed. They weren't dressed for the last game when Tampa's game plan was to just try to run Buffalo right out of the back of the building. That didn't materialize. There were a few scraps or whatever, and Corey Perry looked like he came from Batavia to get to the one. He just took off for the scrum, and Schenn was chasing him. Well, he's not going to catch Corey Perry, and I think he'd be the first one to admit it. But he got there eventually. But I just felt that as the period went on, I don't know, maybe if they got a little bit of confidence, because Ruff talked about Stanley in the pregame and said that he's still finding his way. He felt that, they've had a conversation and they've talked and gone over things, and he felt like Stanley needed to be more aggressive in the way he handled, defending, use his size and strength. And I've heard Lindy say that before about Samuelson, back before Samuelson became what he has done this year. That was the one thing, he was trying to convince Samuelson of is, you have to use your size and use your strength to your advantage. And we're not talking about putting people through the back wall. We're talking about riding them out of the play. Make sure they don't get back in the play. Winning battles by that. Being physical with what you're doing. And, Samuelsson it's just been so different with how – I mean, you didn't see Samuelsson throwing hard body checks, before, or clearing out the front of the net by actually knocking people down. All those things that Lindy Ruff was asking him to do just to be a little bit – tougher by using your size to your advantage, he has done in spades so far, and that's what he's looking for from Stanley.
Yeah, Samuelsson threw point into the net yesterday over Luukkonen. That almost became a thing. No one seemed to get hurt though on that play. There was a little scrum after, but yeah, Samuelsson's doing that on a nightly basis now. So now, Paul, it's the Rangers tonight. By the way, actually, before we get to tomorrow, it's Lightning. And they play tonight against Ottawa. Imagine it's a backup goalie for them. Vasilevsky last night, and then Montreal's in action. So a lot of out-of-town scoreboard stuff for the Atlantic Division tonight. And then tomorrow for the Sabres, it's the Rangers. Would you guess that it's Lyon, or would you keep rolling Luukkonen here?
Oh, I'd keep rolling Luukkonen, definitely, at least in this game. You've got a day in between. So, and I don't know if you agree with this. You certainly would not be out of it in points. But had Tampa won last night in regulation, I think the division would basically have been over.
No, I agree with you. Definitely. I mean, you would have been 4 points out with 4 games to go. Like that would have been tough.
And a game in hand, which they'd be picking up tonight.
Right.
I think it was, if you want to still be in the Atlantic conversation or the the conference conversation.
Yep.
I think it was the must win, and for them to come out the way they did, and the 7 games before where they only won 2. I'll say it again. All teams go through it, and I've been trying to say it along as I felt all along the Sabres will be fine, and it was almost like the anger boiled over in Washington. Whether it was Dahlin, he was furious with that game. They all were. And it was like, all right, this has to stop. We have to start playing better defensively, because if we play well defensively, it's going to feed our transition. We're going to be in this transition, and we're going to be up ice. I mean, look at the breakout you get from Bo Byram with Tuch coming out of the penalty box. But it was started with a good breakout, as Tuch's coming out. And I asked Byram, I said, do you actually look for a guy coming out of the box when it happens? And he said, he goes, not really. He goes, it's just kind of lucky, that all of a sudden you get the puck and he's gone, and you give him an opportunity and hit him with it. But that all was because of the way they kill the play, got it going up ice, got into transition. Tuch came flying out of the penalty box, and it winds up in the net. So that's a good example of what we're talking about.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. Sabres and Rangers tomorrow. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, take care.
Sabres are at 102, and they have 4 games remaining. Looking at the division, so the stretch run here was just looking at some of the scheduling and the opponents that Tampa, Buffalo, and Montreal all have. One advantage the Sabres might have, and we actually had a caller about this yesterday, it's not an automatic that you're going to win a game against a team that has nothing to play for. The Rangers, who the Sabres play tomorrow, just shut out the Red Wings, who had everything to play for. And they had another win recently where that happened. You've had some of that happening around the league. But still, it's easier if you're playing against a team bottom of the standings, it's got nothing to play for, or even top of the standings that has nothing to play for. The Sabres in their remaining 4 games, tell me who's got something to play for, who they play. The Rangers. No. Columbus. Yes. They're still in the fight?
Yeah, for sure.
Chicago.
No.
Dallas. They already know who they're playing.
Yeah, not really.
That'll be their last game of the year. I guess what they could be fighting for is home ice against the Wild.
Right, it's home or away for the Wild, basically, I think, right? That's what it's looking like for them. It's 100. So Dallas is at 102 points, Minnesota's at 100. And the next closest team to them is 86.
So we'll see. Like going into that last game, they have to be 2 points up to have nothing to play for.
Yeah.
Because they'll have the tiebreaker. So if they're 2 points up on Minnesota going into that last game against the Sabres, they'll have it clinched.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see. Dallas might have nothing to play for. But that's only one of your remaining 4 where you know, like, all right, you're going up against a motivated and desperate team.
Right.
Columbus. That's it. How about the other 2? Tampa plays Ottawa tonight.
Big, huge, massive, enormous game.
Then they play Montreal.
Huge.
Division on the line. Then they play Boston.
Huge.
Then they play Detroit. Detroit, the way they're going, they might be dead by that point, but right now they're 2 points back.
Yeah, I mean, they're in it still. So that's, even it depends on what happens with them between now and then, but
likelihood would be they're still alive.
They're still going for it.
And then they play the Rangers. Rangers won't have anything.
Sure.
So, all right, 4 of their remaining 5 against a hungry team.
Right.
Montreal, they play Florida. No. Then they play Tampa. We already talked about that's a 4-point game in the division. Then they play Columbus. Same thing as the Sabres. They're still fighting.
Yep.
Then they play the Islanders.
Big.
And their last game is against Philadelphia.
Yeah. That's another team that's in it.
Montreal and Tampa have 4 opponents left each that are really fighting for something.
Mm-hmm.
Could change, but that's the way it looks now. The Sabres, I think, are only going to have 1.
Right, and that's not going to change. None of those teams are getting into it.
Dallas is the only one that
right. But
if home ice is on the line.
The Rangers and these
Chicago,
other teams,
yeah, they're not.
Chicago, they're not getting into a race here. Their season's done,
right.
So that's not changing. Whereas it's possible the other teams could fall out even for Tampa and for Montreal.
Does it matter to you which game Luukkonen gets? I asked Paul. He thinks Luukkonen against the Rangers. That's the way he'd go. It is a back-to-back. I mean, you're not playing Luukkonen in both.
No.
So
I would be surprised if
Lions getting one or the other. Does it matter which one?
Not particularly. Maybe I could see if you're trying to choose which opponent you'd rather have your A goalie against, you'd probably go Columbus night 2. But I could see them just going, all right, you go beat New York and we'll see what happens in Columbus. There's a kind of 2 schools of thought on that, which is use your best guy against the weaker team, which we saw Tampa do in the last time these 2 teams met up. Tampa played Vasilevsky against Toronto the night before and then gave Buffalo Johansson and said, we'll take our chances. We wanted to secure the win in night 1, and we'll see about night 2. So that could be where they go, or they could say, we think we can beat New York without Luukkonen, and which obviously they can, and we'll go in with our best goalie on night 2. That's also a school of thought.
You wouldn't go with Ellis, right?
No.
I like Ellis.
I
don't need to put him in, but I like Ellis.
I said this to Paul last night, and we can get into this a little more if we want to at some point, but I wouldn't be surprised if they really trust Luukkonen and he has a good finish here, if Lyon becomes a trade chip for the Sabres and they go with Luukkonen and Ellis next year.
I don't think – I think that's very likely because I can't imagine you hold Colton Ellis all year long and protect him from waivers for a full season if you don't plan on keeping him beyond that.
Right.
Why would you protect him all year long and then the next year shows up, we'll just waive him.
Yeah, that
now
would
we'll waive
seem
him?
silly to me.
And I think he's done well enough. I know he hasn't played a lot, but he's a rookie, right? He's a young rookie. He has also not really played consistently. It's always been sparsely here and then a month off and then another game. And his numbers are not horrible. His save percentage isn't great. The goal saved of expected numbers are fine.
Yeah.
I think he's been good enough in the 12 starts he's had to warrant, you're going to be my... Well, he's more of a number 2 to me than a 1B.
That's the thing, is that you need to know that Luukkonen can be a true 1.
Yeah.
In that scenario. And, Levi factors in it somewhere, but I kind of think they're going to move off of him at some point.
They could move Levi and Lyon in the offseason, honestly.
Entirely possible.
803-0550 is the phone number. How do we feel about the third pair last night? I'm going to get to that when we come back. We had so much talk about the third pair, which has been pretty amazing. It's how hardcore the season has become that it's gotten this much talk. Last night, Shen and Stanley, and that ended up not being the worst, but still there's some components of them that can drive me nuts. We'll get to that. We'll get to some football as well. Sal will join at 8:30 in about an hour, as the Bills are opening up the offseason workout program today. They could do that a little earlier with Joe Brady. We'll get the scoop on that with Sal a little later. Lindy Ruff as well coming up at 8. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
So, all right, what does Tuch do? Really, really good penalty killer, good defensively in his own end. Do we think that Noah Ostlund can take just that role over?
I think that he's already doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So can he replace Tuch on the kill and eat some of the defensive zone minutes that Tuch eats? Yes? All right, we're all good there. Okay, great. Good.
Yep.
Okay, now we've got to replace a little bit of goal scoring. Can the combination of the development from a Noah Ostlund offensively, a Zach Benson, or a Jack Quinn, plus, I mean, did you see some of the plays Consta Helenus made last night?
I saw some clips. He's on fire in Rochester.
He is dominating the AHL in a way that you would say this guy is ready to go next year. You're not putting him back in the A next year.
That's
so
true.
Do you think that the combination of an increase from Benson, Quinn, Ostlund, and the addition of Helenus can replace the total offensive production from Alex Tuch? I think you could probably be pretty comfy in saying yes to that. I mean, if you get 7 more goals out of Ostlund, you get another 10 from Benson, you get the same thing you're getting now from Quinn, and you get a decent rookie year out of Helenus. Mm-hmm. That is his offensive production replaced. Now, will that be the same sort of comfortable fit with Thompson? Will that be the same energy and leadership in the locker room? Mm-hmm. No, probably not. Definitely not right away. But I think you are in a position as an organization where you can make this decision and feel comfortable either way without doing anything else with the room that it gets you. Mm-hmm. So I think that there is a real place to go here where you can decide after the season, all right, is this number something that really makes sense for the next 8 years of the Buffalo Sabres? I know that good teams do this kind of stuff where they sign a guy and they figure it out later. Mm-hmm. You know what good teams also do? They let Steven Stamkos go, even though he's the captain of their organization for the last 15 years.
Tampa did do
because
that.
He wants too much money.
Mm-hmm.
And they rebound and look at where they're at. Look at what Tampa's done this year without him and last year. Mm-hmm. They're fine. And Stamkos is a really good player.
Yeah, he's still great.
So you can survive these kind of things. And Tampa is not a team with young guys ready to step in that are developing. Buffalo is.
Yeah.
So, not to try and talk anybody out of the Alex Tuch business. I love the guy, and I think he's great. But I think if you're talking to Yarmo and you lay all that out in front of him, he goes, that doesn't sound too bad.
And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, Tampa the same. Tuch, fire, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box and onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river. They defeat the Tampa Bay Lightning 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers later this week. The Bills, they begin their offseason program today with new head coach Joe Brady. The madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament as Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Looking around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. The Ringer's Todd McShay reports that someone in the Cardinals building is pushing hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Get ready to tee off without breaking the bank. The WGR VIP golf card gets you 8 amazing golf experiences valued at $321, but you can grab it now for just $129. That's 60% off. A portion of the proceeds benefit PGA Hope. Get all the details and your card today at getmyperks.com. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Luukkonen outplayed Vasilevsky.
Yeah, Perry's been out there for 56 seconds. Here's Quinn walking in, trying to get to the front of the net. That's left in the corner. Up top for Dahlin. Sweep to the cross for shot, scores! Jason Zucker! Two Sabres, 12:22 remaining in the second period.
Jason Zucker, one of your first moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. His 24th goal of the season, 23rd goal of the season. Back-to-back 20-goal seasons for Jason Zucker. Is he possibly the greatest Sabre free agent signing of all time?
He's pretty good.
Is that possible? Who's the to figure that out? You'll have to figure out who's the current leader in the clubhouse.
Right. That's what I was just thinking. Who is? It's not Kyle Opozo.
No.
There's some names that are
it's
bad
not
that I can think of.
Right. We could easily. I mean, we could run. We could go for the whole segment.
Let's ride. That's a good question. Who is the leader for that? I don't even. There's not even a name that's really popping into my head.
Again, I'm thinking I think of Matt Molson. That's a bad one.
Right, that's bad. There's a lot of bad in my head.
Brian Gianta. No, right?
No, but he was at least hometown guy coming to be captain. That was good, I guess. It was as good as it could be in the middle of the.
I'm gonna want though, right? Like, and he was here for a few years. I'm gonna want good contributions, good player.
Yeah.
On a good team. I'm going to want it to mean something. I guess if it ended up being someone that was really good and they had a bad year, I'm not going to blame him, but
right.
I'm thinking of like Numanen.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Teppo Numanen, like
Spacek.
Yeah, I guess they're all going to be defensemen, right? Because Ehrhoff would be another one.
Right.
Ehrhoff was good.
Awesome.
I know he signed a 10-year contract, but Ehrhoff was good, but
can that be that good with that contract, that 10-year contract though? Is that a disqualifier?
That 05, the 06 and 07 Sabre teams had a few of those free agent defenseman types. I don't remember though everybody how they got here. I know Spacek got here free agency, Numanen got here via free agency. I'm pretty sure Tony Ludman was traded for. So I don't think he counts.
That's ringing a bell for me.
So maybe it's Teppo Numanen.
It might be.
And Zucker is on that level, right? Like in terms of contributing, he's not the most important player on the team. Numanen wasn't. Zucker wasn't. Spacek wasn't. I don't think any of these guys really were. But I got back-to-back 20-goal seasons on a veteran player whose contract is short-term, and the team is good. Now the team is good. I know they weren't last year.
Right.
There's not a very high bar to clear here.
No, that's for sure. Yes, I mean he's been, I think, valuable in many ways. He's I think a real presence in that locker room. I really like the way he speaks, the sort of energy he gives off, and I think he's important to what they do. I mean, he makes that power play work a lot better than I think it would without him. He's important there. And he'll score 5 on 5, and I really like him in the middle six. I think he's a really important piece for them. Mm-hmm. So if this team continues to be exciting and good, that's a contender for their best, I think.
Someone tweeted in Jordan Leopold as an answer to this question.
Yeah,
he was a free agent. He played 23 minutes a night on that team that made the playoffs last. All right.
That's pretty.
We got a tier here, maybe.
Right.
And Zucker's on it. He's been very good.
Yeah, I think that's right.
How did we feel about the third pair last night? So much talk about the third pair. Luke Schenn, I tweeted this out. I got a lot of pushback because for him, that's probably as good a game as you're going to get. But man, it will never look good to me. Like, it looks like such a struggle. And I guess it is going to depend on what your definition of a good defenseman is. Because for me, what do I want out of a defenseman? I don't even care as much about what are you doing in your own end. It's how much time are you spending in your own end.
Right.
And I just feel like whenever Stanley and Schenn are out there, it's pure survival mode. I'm going to be trapped in my own end, and I just need to survive. Last night, I do think, to a large extent, they did. They were blocking shots. They were keeping the play along the wall. They had the one turnover at the blue line that did end up in the back of their net when they were out there.
Right.
But for the most part, that's survival. But every time, and this is true of both of them, but it's, I think, very true of Schenn, there are just no plays to the neutral zone to get it to one of your guys to start going in the other direction. It is always chip it out, punt it back to the other team. Like, that is the whole game plan when he's out there. And I think I just don't know that you can play that way in this lineup regularly. I don't expect him to be in the lineup regularly, which is the good news, but I don't think you could play the way they played last night and have it go that well very often.
Yeah, that's the especially with Schenn. There was a moment, I think it was in the second period, where he got skated around and Stanley slid over and helped him out, but it looked bad. Like, just this guy can't play at the speed that you need to play at anymore. He can't do it. And that is something that is really difficult, even in games where you're describing, you're surviving, you're doing everything you need to do. If you just physically cannot keep up, you shouldn't be in the lineup. It just shouldn't happen. I know what he does and what he brings and all of it. But if you're getting blown by like that regularly, you are a liability. That's the way it works. You can't get beat like that as much as I think he would if he was in every night. I think if Schenn's in there every night, I think you're going to watch him get burned once a game, and it's going to cost you just about every other game. Like, he'll get a save sometimes, and sometimes he won't. And that is not where you want to live. You want to live in, like, Stanley is as far down that path as I think you want to go into survival mode. Like, he's out there and he's makes a decent first pass some of the time, but there's also times he'll just jam it up the boards into a bad spot for Peyton Krebs, and then it'll be a turnover and it's in the back of your net. And it's not ideal. And I think having them both together out there as a pair is scary. And that survival aspect becomes a lot more difficult than it would be with, I think, anybody else they could put back there with Stanley. Stanley's not coming out, I don't think. It's just not going to happen.
I'm with you.
But I think there's a way you can make it a little more stable than, white knuckling down the mountain with Schenn on his hip. That's a scary place to be. I know why they did it last night, and it worked. I think to Paul's point in our last segment, it got a little chippy in the first, and that was really it. They were out there for it, and, Schenn went flying in to get Perry, and that was pretty much the end of the nasty stuff for the night.
Yep.
And good. They did the job then, and they survived. They only got scored on once. They won the game. We're good. But that's not a zone you're living in the playoffs. It's just not.
Yeah. I don't think, anyways, that Schenn is going to be a regular part of the lineup.
No.
Although if they play the Lightning in a playoff series, maybe he would be in the mix, in the rotation. It could be one of those, we talked about the strategy when you're the home coach and last shift and who you're matching up with. It could be one of those where you're more comfortable playing him at home.
Correct.
Because you have more control over who he's playing against. The idea of playing him against the Lightning on the road in a playoff game where John Cooper every time can just say, let's see who's coming out for Buffalo. Oh, here comes Schenn and Stanley. Kucherov, get out there.
Yeah, that is, you don't want to give John Cooper's eyes will pop out of his head if he sees that, and he knows he can match that if he's got the option at home. I don't think that's a place you're going.
Speaking of John Cooper,
man,
he's calling for someone to be fired after last night.
Could he sound any more whiny? I like him a lot of the time, but there are times where he sounds whiny.
Let's talk about it when we come back. Let's play the clip. John Cooper is calling for someone's job at KeyBank Center, and the league is looking into it. The injury to Pontus Holmberg crashing into the penalty box door last night. Hear what Cooper had to say on this. Stay tuned.
So, all right, what does Tuch do? Really, really good penalty killer, good defensively in his own end. Do we think that Noah Östlund can take just that role over?
I think that he's already doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So can he replace Tuch on the kill and eat some of the defensive zone minutes that Tuch eats? Yes? All right, we're all good there. Okay, great. Good.
Yep.
Okay, now we've got to replace a little bit of goal scoring. Can the combination of the development from a Noah Östlund offensively, a Zach Benson, or a Jack Quinn, plus, did you see some of the plays Konsta Helenus made last night?
I saw some clips. He's on fire in Rochester.
He is dominating the AHL in a way that you would say this guy is ready to go next year. You're not putting him back in the A next year.
That's true.
Do you think that the combination of an increase from Benson, Quinn, Östlund, and the addition of Helenus can replace the total offensive production from Alex Tuch? I think you could probably be pretty comfy in saying yes to that. I mean, if you get 7 more goals out of Östlund, you get another 10 from Benson, you get the same thing you're getting now from Quinn, and you get a decent rookie year out of Helenus. Mm-hmm. That is his offensive production replaced. Now, will that be the same sort of comfortable fit with Thompson? Will that be the same energy and leadership in the locker room? Mm-hmm. No, probably not. Definitely not right away. But I think you are in a position as an organization where you can make this decision and feel comfortable either way without doing anything else with the room that it gets you. Mm-hmm. So I think that there is a real place to go here where you can decide after the season, all right, is this number something that really makes sense for the next 8 years of the Buffalo Sabres? I know that good teams do this kind of stuff where they sign a guy and they figure it out later. Mm-hmm. You know what good teams also do? They let Steven Stamkos go, even though he's the captain of their organization for the last 15 years.
Tampa did do
because
that.
He wants too much money.
Mm-hmm.
And they rebound and look at where they're at. Look at what Tampa's done this year without him and last year.
Mm-hmm.
They're fine. And Stamkos is a really good player.
Yeah, he's still great.
So you can survive these kind of things. And Tampa is not a team with young guys ready to step in that are developing. Buffalo is.
Yeah.
So, not to try and talk anybody out of the Alex Tuch business. I love the guy, and I think he's great. But I think if you're talking to Yarmo and you lay all that out in front of him, he goes, that doesn't sound too bad.
I have a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, you think we can only play river hockey? Mm-hmm. Watch this. Yep. And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and it's, we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're going to punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought, I had in my notes, like, clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up 1. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge, huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but, Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face. And they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice, I think that you are comfortable with the goalie you had last night saying you can go into any game and beat anybody.
For us, though, like I said this morning, you want to be playing well and you want to get through healthy, and that obviously didn't happen again tonight. I don't know who's working the penalty box over there, but I don't know if they should keep their job after what happened there, like leaving the door open. I could have hurt anybody on either team, and those are just dangerous situations. So a little frustrated on my part, to be honest.
How's Pontus?
Not good.
Thank you.
Lightning coach John Cooper calling for the penalty box attendant to be fired after last night's game. So Pontus Holmberg does get injured on that play in the third period, and he says it's not good. Am I wrong in thinking, though, watching the video back a couple of times, Krebs collides with Holmberg, and he's going into the boards like in a real dangerous position. Like his head is low, and he's going head first into the boards. Am I wrong in thinking that the penalty box door opening up a little bit when he collides actually is a little bit of forgiveness and makes it better for him? Or am I wrong on that?
That might be tough because if he gets it might if he's hitting it straight on, but I think the problem was that he clipped between the door open and it popped out an edge of the wall,
and that's where his collarbone kind of hit,
probably
So
banged into.
maybe it protected his head a little bit, but it would have injured his collarbone. Yeah,
I actually had the same thought watching it from my angle, but
I thought if the door doesn't open, his head goes into the boards, and the boards don't have any give.
Yeah.
But I guess you're right. Like, even if it might protect him in one area, it probably maybe it injured him in another.
But regardless, I don't even care about any of that. You need to do that in the media, in a conference. Dude, call the league. If you want to get a guy fired, all right. Like, I think even that is a little bit like you're being a bit of a baby. But you had to go publicly call for that man's job.
Yeah.
There was a guy about to come out of the box, so he's standing there holding the door, and a guy got hit into it. Stuff happens. Are you going to fire your backup goalie if he doesn't close the door on the bench? Because that happens too. Like, that guy does not need that. I know that he didn't do a great job, and that's frustrating. I get it. Call the league. Do not call for that guy's job in the media, so now we're talking about it on the radio the next day. Like, that guy does not need that.
I didn't even really know about this story until it's on social media, so it was there for me. I just missed it. We were talking last segment, and I looked up on SportsCenter. And on SportsCenter, they had the liner and were showing the clip and said NHL looking into Buffalo penalty box door incident.
Right.
And I'm looking, I'm like, what? What is happening? And then immediately I search it, and it's like, oh, Cooper called for the guy's job. And
right.
The league, I guess, is looking into it.
And good. They should look into it. I don't mean to, like, excuse this guy of any wrongdoing. If he was negligent, he was negligent. And he should, be held responsible for that.
But Cooper coming after him.
But Cooper saying it in the press conference. Like, talk about your team losing the game, not the penalty box attendant. That is not the place to do that, man. You could just call the league and probably get the guy fired. But you had to go out, and now, like, everybody that knows the guy is like, oh, man. Like, I hated that. I thought it was a really, from a guy that I think generally is really classy and I really like, I thought that was a really, like, just a poor moment. Why are you doing that there? You don't have to, man. You can do that and get your retribution and complain internally. And, I get he was frustrated in the moment, but I just don't think that was necessary.
803-0550 is the phone number. We'll see if anything comes to that. Lindy Ruff, when we come back, the Sabres head coach on last night's win, the drought ending, first place, tied for first place in the Atlantic Division, the Rangers tomorrow night. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week, and we'll have some football along the way as well. Sal will join next hour as well, as the Bills are reporting to off-season workouts today. They can go a little early because of Joe Brady being a new head coach. So back to business for the Bills starting today. 803-0550 is the phone number. Lindy, when we come back here on WGR.
Absolutely.
Like, all the numbers in this game were even. Like, the shot attempts were 53-52. Shots were 29-25. Scoring chances were, just out of here, 18-17. High danger chances, 7-7. Like, everything was even in this game.
Yep.
But your guy made one more big save than their guy did.
Yeah, and I thought Vasilevsky gave up some average goals, and I didn't think you saw that from Luukkonen. I think, the maybe the first one you'd like a save, but it's a great shot on a, defensive zone turnover, and that's the way it goes. You get beat sometimes, and I thought he played a really confident game. Lindy post-game mentioned the play he made when the Sabres iced the puck late. Cooper pulls Vasilevsky, puts out his big guns, and UPL did a really great job to recognize the situation and get a whistle quickly as soon as the draw got won.
Yep.
He said, I'm getting this puck and I'm holding on and I'm getting my fresh guys out here. And he did it's a very small thing, but it was great. And then followed up by the opposite, where he made a great read to bat the puck over to his D-man, which he got an assist on for the empty netter.
Right.
He made both a great conservative play to cover the puck and get a whistle, and a great aggressive, smart puck play decision to get his team the game-sealing goal.
Yeah.
That is, you want to talk about goalie impact. You make all the saves you need, and you make two plays like that in a game. That is as good as it gets for a guy. So, I think Luukkonen stamped himself last night as this is your no-doubt playoff goaltender. I don't think there's any way you see him play the way he did last night in all those things I just mentioned, in the spot that it was, and not think that that's your guy going into the playoffs.
He also almost scored a goal.
Yeah.
Tried to.
Yeah.
Did he kill the idea of a rotation dead last night?
I 100% think so.
I have a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, you think we can only play river hockey? Mm-hmm. Watch this. Yep. And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and it's, we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're gonna punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought I had in my notes like clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up 1. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge, huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but, Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face. And they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice, I think that you are comfortable with the goalie you had last night saying you can go into any game and beat anybody.
And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, Tampa the same. Tuch, fire, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box and onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river. They defeat the Tampa Bay Lightning 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers later this week. The Bills begin their offseason program today under new head coach Joe Brady, and the madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament as Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. And the Ringer's Todd McShay reports that someone in the Cardinals building is pushing hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Buckling up takes less time than listening to this. No excuses. A message from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Callie on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Sabres win 4-2 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. The playoffs were clinched over the weekend, and now tied for first place in the Atlantic Division once again with the Lightning, who they beat last night. Joining us now on the Western Hotline is Lindy Ruff, fresh off the win. Lindy, thanks for getting up this morning, and thanks for being on.
Yeah, no problem at all.
The playoff drought coming to an end before we get to last night's win. I feel like you guys are striking the right balance. I kind of liked what Tage said after the Washington loss, which was like, teams make the playoffs every year. We're not special. We want to do something that's really special. While at the same time, are you and the players trying to also maybe see and appreciate how meaningful this is to the fans for how long it's been?
For sure. I think, you talk about, getting to the postseason. It was our goal when we went into camp, and we got off to a tougher start. We dealt with a lot of adversity in that first 3 months, and the last 3 months, the run we've been on, or 4 months, the run we've been on, pushed us to the spot we're in. And I think you've got to take a step back and say a lot of work, but we got there. But we're not satisfied with just getting there now.
Could you feel the atmosphere last night? I mean, really, it wasn't, I guess, totally different than the last Tampa game, but the energy being back in the building, that's been true now for at least a month, maybe more than that. And how did you feel about that last night, especially early on?
Oh, I thought the energy inside the building was fantastic, and you could feel it right away. When you're driving up, even around 3:30, 3:45 when I drive in, there's a lot of people walking around already, and a lot of people with Sabre jerseys on, and I can tell you that it's getting that feeling that people are ready to fill the plaza and be ready for a real good playoff run.
Yeah, the early part is right. There are people in the atrium now at 5 o'clock, ready to go in well before to get in there for warm-ups even. So that's happening and hasn't always been recently. Last night's game, some of the players had talked about turning up the intensity after the Washington game. You feel like that happened against the Lightning last night?
I did. I felt right at the start of the game. We got off to a real disappointing start in Washington, and to a man, we knew we had to be a lot better. We basically handed Washington 3 goals and then tried to fight back, and when you're pushing from behind, you expose yourself. So, we talked about the start. We talked about how we defend, and defending has been a big part of the reason we've been successful. And we just really got back to the basics, played good defensively first, and then, tried to turn up the skating and the competing.
Yeah, we had fun with the River Hockey comment. We asked you about that a few weeks ago, and that was maybe closer to what the 8-7 game was. How different was last night, especially in the third period, right? That is, I think, the antithesis of that, isn't it? Where you are up in the game and you're just trying to shut things down for an entire period.
Yeah, and it's been part of our game where we've been leading, and I think in the past it's really hurt us when we've made some mistakes that have allowed opportunities for the other team to score big goals against us. And I thought for the most part this year, protecting a lead and how we play in the third period, staying above the puck, waiting for opportunities instead of putting risk in your game and trying to create more opportunities. Against a good team like Tampa, if you go in there and you go in too hard and you bury 2 or 3 forwards, They got a pretty active D, and they got some guys up front there that can really skate. I thought our guys did a good job eliminating the speed and making sure that they had to come through at least 3 or 4 people to get to our zone.
How impressed the whole season series against the Lightning? I mean, you guys were 26 seconds away from sweeping the season series, and you win the last 3. Your players, either whether it's rising to the moment of what that team is, or even if it's matchup specific things, like how do you like how your team matches up with what they present as a challenge?
We've played some really good hockey against them. They're a good team. They got a great power play and they got a great goaltender. They got a big, strong defense. So it's a matchup you look forward to when you play them, because I think it's something you always measure yourself against. They've been a very consistent, good team for a long time. And the fact that, like you said, we were within seconds of winning all 4 games. But we won games in different ways. We got off to a great start in Tampa in the game. I think it was 6-2, the 6-2 game we won. I thought we got off to a great start last night. Tuch coming out of the penalty box and scoring the goal he did, and just the energy in the building. But I think it's something that you always want to measure yourself. And Tampa's been a team that's been at the top of the conference for a lot of years.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Wester Hotline. A lot of talk about the third pair. How did you feel about how Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley played back together last night?
I thought they handled the game well. We were looking for a physicality. We know where the game went last time, and we were prepared, and we just felt that we needed our bigger physical guys. And if we had to get into a war, we were going to make sure that we had the people we needed there. So I think it was a pretty quiet night when it came to the physicality stuff on their part. And, even the one scrum, they really didn't want anything to do with Greeny or anything like that. But I think, when you look at the back end and you look at a guy that's 6'7" and a veteran guy that is a real big body and pretty tough player, I think the opposition respected what we had out there.
How much during each game, you versus the other coach, just even if you have last change? I think I noticed last night that maybe you left them out for a little bit longer of a shift, and was that maybe to get a different matchup? That's probably things, though, that are happening in every game that kind of fly under the radar.
Yeah, there's always matchups you're looking for, and there are times where you'll see some really quick shifts on an icing call, maybe on a neutral zone whistle that you really want to see what the other coach wants to do and what his plan is and who he wants to play his guys against. And the big deal for me is trying to get our top line a lot of times, get them away from the other team's top defensive pair. Not so much the other team's what they call defensive line, although I don't think many teams have that per se anymore. But there are little games going on. You can see what Cooper wanted for his matchup. And, sometimes if you don't want the other team's top line to play, you put on the line that he doesn't want his top line out there against. So it makes for interesting matchups on some nights.
Yeah, the little game, like maybe even this ended up maybe being a critical face-off and cover. When Dunn wins the draw back, Cooper had pulled the goaltender and then immediately changes that. Right, like he's clearly doing a matchup thing there, I think.
Yeah, here's what he saw, and I thought I give him a lot of credit. He saw a line that had been out there. Our fourth line was on the ice. Although I trust those guys against anybody, but I think he looked at a 5-6 defensive pair and thought he could get his top line out there. But I thought Dunn did a great job winning the faceoff, and I thought UPL. A real heads-up play to freeze the puck and allow us to get a line change.
Yeah, carrying on that point about UPL's play there, I thought he was really, that showed his, groove in the game. He was really engaged, and I just wanted to ask you how big an impact a play like that, or even the play he made to dish it off before the empty net goal, how a goalie can impact a game in more ways than just stopping the puck.
Oh, I thought he played a really strong game for us. His puck moving, his decision making, just mentioned that one. But a goaltender can impact it, even on special teams a lot of time when you're trying to get your penalty killers off the ice. When the opposition team's goaltender, fires it up ice, and before you can get organized in your structure, the other team is breaking in again. Forecheck denials a lot of time. If you don't get a decent dump in, the way our goaltender or the other team's goaltender plays the puck is a big deal. And I thought UPL was locked in. I thought his puck playing was good. I thought just a lot of his decisions were really good inside the game.
Can you tell early on when a goalie is going to be dialed in that night? Like, this was a little later in the game, but when Luukkonen makes that save on, I think it was Gensel on the 2-on-1 without even going down into the butterfly, it was, he's locked in for this game. Can you tell from a save or a play in a game how the guy's going to play throughout the entire night?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know if I can give you the answer, but I know that goaltenders like a little bit of action, and I think sometimes, you can go up first period, maybe you've only given up one or two shots in the first 10 minutes, and I think that can be a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling versus, you face two or three, or face a good chance, you make a good save, and you feel like you're into the game, versus waiting that extra amount of time to face anything. I would rather have it where we're not giving up anything, but I think sometimes a goaltender likes a little bit of action just for himself.
Lindy Ruff with us on the West Her hotline. A couple other individuals I wanted to get you on. Lindy, Norris scores last night. He had not been scoring a lot lately. I wondered about your thoughts on his game, because the book on him in Ottawa before he got here was goal scorer, and he had put up some big seasons. And that has not happened a lot as of late. It did last night, but how much value do you see in his game on a nightly basis that is beyond whether or not he's just putting the puck in the net?
Yeah, I think the matchup for most of the night I tried to get was him against that top line with Point and Kucherov, just for his skating, which would put him more in that two-way role where, you got to take a little bit of risk out of your game. I liked his game last night. I think the fact that he was injured a couple times this year, out of the lineup, back in. I thought last night, from a skate, scored a goal, was probably one of his best games. Just his awareness with their top players on the ice. I thought he played a real tight game for us.
On the blue line, Michael Kessering hasn't played in a while. It's been about a month. Is any of that with him injury management, just knowing he's dealt with something really all year, or is it strictly performance and really like other guys performing?
He is ready to play, and I would anticipate in these next 4 games that he will get some time. We'd like to get all our guys. We have 9 defensemen that I think that we can utilize if we need more speed, more puck moving. We've got a couple guys. If we need more physicality, we've got a couple guys. I think bringing in that depth has been important when you look at where we're at and how long we'd like to be involved in the playoff race. You can never have enough defensemen. So he's ready. I think the injuries really set him back this year. He'd never dealt with injuries before. I think he struggled to find his game. Really like the way he's been practicing. He's been working extremely hard, and his opportunity will be there to jump back in the game, because now you've got a guy that's 6'4", that can really skate, that can move a puck, and can shoot it. He will get an opportunity to play here down the stretch.
And then other injury updates, Noah Ostlund, anything on him? And Thompson missed practice yesterday, but that was just a maintenance thing?
Yeah, just maintenance with Tom. Or Noah Ostlund has been skating. A little bit of a tough time getting through what he's dealing with. Hopefully this week can be a big week for him. He's a player we've really missed. I think his playmaking and his awareness on the ice is excellent for a young man. He's been in a lot of big plays. You go back to the 8-7 game, the play where he took the puck to net front that drew the penalty that led to one of the goals. I think a lot of his play, and I think his absence has been a little something that's hurt our club.
And then lastly, Lindy, before we let you go, so the playoffs now being clinched, last night's a huge game for the division. How important do you see that race down the stretch? Only 4 games left between winning the division and really just having home ice as Montreal's kind of now joined that party.
Yeah, we've really haven't really talked about even as a club. We've just taken this approach that this is our next game. Let's get ready to play it. Trying to prepare to win every game. Last night was all about getting our game in the right place and playing a really solid game against a good team. And we've got to take care of our end. If we take care of our end, we're going to give ourselves a great chance to have home ice. And I think an opportunity where it's sitting there right in front of us with 4 games to play is, if you would ask us at the start of the year, we would say, yeah, that is exactly where we want to be.
One last thing I wanted to get you on. This goes back not before last game. You guys have not scored a goal on a 5-on-3 power play yet this year. I know you talked a little bit about that in the postgame over the weekend. Is there anything you see that this team is struggling with in that specific situation that you want to see them do better at?
Yeah, you know what? I think we've opted for, a few times for the little bit cuter stuff. It's something that we've looked at. I think we've had 8 minutes and something of 5-on-3 time. We've had almost two complete 5-on-3s, and it's something that we're going to pour a little energy into here in the next couple of weeks again, just to make sure if we get that opportunity. Been a little snake bit. We've had a couple, in that time have had a couple of big saves by goaltenders, but there's always areas that you want to work at and get better, and that's one of them.
Lindy Ruff with us on the West Her Hotline. Thanks, Lindy, for the time as always, and good luck against the Rangers tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye now.
Sabres win over the Lightning last night, and Lindy Ruff, of course, on the West Her Hotline with us on Tuesday mornings. And he mentions Noah Ostlund being out. That really was underappreciated, the impact of him being out kind of coinciding with when they went into a slump.
Yeah.
Actually, almost exactly times up, I think, right? Right when he goes out.
It might be the exact game he starts going out, they start to slide a little. He is a...
They lost... His last 2 games were the 2 overtime losses.
Okay. And then they started, right.
Yeah. So I guess, to be fair, though, they hadn't lost a game in regulation with him in the lineup in 6 games.
Yeah.
So there's that.
He is a really quietly effective player because he's so smart. He just puts himself in the right positions all the time. And that's why a coach like Lindy will love a guy like that, because he's going to put himself in the right position to succeed and to put his teammates in a good position to succeed. And he's also able to make plays with the puck on his stick and put his guys in good spots. So that's a guy that you get him in the lineup, there's a ripple effect there of, all right, everybody around him is better. Everybody that plays with him is obviously better. And then there's also the trickle down, his insertion drops down another guy into a better slot. And, there's room for more better players. That's just the way that works. So I think that he is an impactful player that they've been missing. We just heard Lindy say it. I think you should probably listen to the head coach when he tells you somebody's important. So I would be excited to see how things look when he gets back.
And on Norris, I asked him about Norris as well. Mm-hmm. Norris, he had not beaten a goalie in 16 games.
Yeah.
He had an empty netter in the middle there. Last night, I loved seeing that. Just get the whip on the stick, and there was a screen in front. I don't think Vasilevsky saw that puck.
No,
maybe Benson was flying
through. Great play by Benson to drive through.
Yeah.
A good play on the blue line to get the entry, and then to get to that spot. It's just Benson was all over it last night, I thought. And for him to have the sort of gumption to go to that area of the ice at his size and create havoc for a goaltender that's, 6'6", he gets in front of him, takes away the eyes, and lets Norris, wear that puck in. I thought that was a really, really great play by him.
So he gets it. Norris, there's no question, we've all seen it. He's not shooting the puck as often. I actually looked up in the break. He is averaging 3 shot attempts per game, roughly, this year. His big year in Ottawa, where he scored 35 goals, he was averaging about 5 shot attempts per game.
Yeah.
So it is down. Is that just shoulder stuff, injury stuff? his role morphing a little bit could also be a big part of it. Is he being asked to be more of a playmaker and a defensive player here? Because we had Chad DiDomenicis on last week, and there's a lot of numbers that are backing up that he is still making an impact, not scoring.
Yeah,
I still want him to score, though, because we know he scored 35 goals in this league before. You can't go 16 games without beating a goaltender.
Right. Yeah. I had my thing last, I don't know if it was, it was last week, where it's like, he's your highest paid forward. He needs to be producing points. Right. And it remains true. That needs to happen. But he is, and I'll say it again, like his transition ability, his defensive, sort of awareness, and he's very sneaky the way he plays. I really like the way he moves around the ice. He is quietly impactful everywhere, I think. And that can be frustrating for fans when it's not a flashy, like, wow, look at this, he blasted a guy, or he scored, 2 goals and an assist in this game.
Yep.
But he helps them do what they do well, and that's transition and play fast.
How do we feel about I didn't get to this yesterday, and then Norris goes out and scores a goal. So it doesn't seem as big a problem today. But how concerned should we be? Not with their overall play, although I've mentioned like Ryan McLeod's overall play has been driving me nuts. I thought last night, though, he was very good.
He had a good night last night.
I liked him last night.
There's a 1-2-on-1 pass that he threw waist high at Jason Zucker on the back door that made me pretty upset.
Everybody tweeted the same thing at the exact same time when that happened. Like, he just won't shoot the puck.
Yeah.
He has not scored a 5-on-5 goal since January 17th.
Yeah.
We're approaching 3 months. Is it a concern at all? Maybe it's not. But is it that their second and third line centers don't score goals?
Yeah.
Or have not been scoring goals? Maybe you'll expect Norris to pick it up. But I don't have much from those two offensively. I'm getting good defensive play.
Right.
Almost always from both. But do they even need it? Do they need those two to throw a couple of pucks in the back of the net once in a while? Or can they get away with, no, Tage will handle it, and the wingers got it.
Right.
So I don't have as much of a need for my centers to be scoring goals.
I think that is a thing that they could point to as like, listen, we may not be getting a ton from them offensively, but they keep the puck out of our net, and our depth wingers and our depth, players are scoring enough.
And their defensemen score more than anybody. I should mention that.
Exactly. And so, we're getting those goals replaced elsewhere, and we're happy with how that looks right now. So I think it's not a bad thing to have a different sort of makeup going into the playoffs. I don't think that's bad.
That was 11 goals on the year for Norris. He's only played 40 games, though. So
yeah, right.
Even that's still a 20-goal pace this year. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Sabres get the win over the Lightning. 2 big games tonight in the divisional race. You've got Tampa playing against Ottawa on a second of a back-to-back. So Jonas Johansson, I would expect, will be the backup, or will be the starter. And then you have Montreal in action tonight as well against the Florida Panthers. So could be a good night. I mean, tonight's the night they make up that game in hand. Right? Like after tonight, no more games in hand, and we'll see. Maybe everybody's at 102 by the end of the night. We'll see. When we come back, some football with Sal as the Bills are opening up their offseason workout program, and we are getting close to the draft. We're about 20 days away, roughly. Sal, when we return here on Jeremy and Joe, this is WGR. I have a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, you think we can only play river hockey? Mm-hmm. Watch this. Yep. And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're going to punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought I had in my notes like clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up 1. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge, huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but, Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face. And they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice, I think that you are comfortable with the goalie you had last night saying you can go into any game and beat anybody.
Last night's game, some of the players had talked about turning up the intensity after the Washington game. You feel like that happened against the Lightning last night?
I did. I felt right at the start of the game. We got off to a real disappointing start in Washington, and to a man, we knew we had to be a lot better. We basically handed Washington 3 goals and then tried to fight back. And when you're pushing from behind, you expose yourself. We talked about the start. We talked about how we defend, and defending has been a big part of the reason we've been successful. And we just really got back to the basics. Played good defensively first, and then tried to turn up the skating and the competing.
Yeah, we had fun with the river hockey comment. We asked you about that a few weeks ago, and that was maybe closer to what the 8-7 game was. How different was last night, especially in the third period, right? Like that is, I think, the antithesis of that, isn't it? Like where you are up in the game and you're just trying to shut things down for an entire period.
Yeah, and it's been part of our game where we've been leading, and I think in the past it's really hurt us when we've made some mistakes that have allowed opportunities for the other team to score big goals against us. And I thought for the most part this year, protecting a lead and how we play in the third period, staying above the puck, waiting for opportunities instead of putting risk in your game and trying to create more opportunities. Against a good team like Tampa, if you go in there and you go in too hard and you bury 2 or 3 forwards, they got a pretty active D, and they got some guys up front there that can really skate. I thought our guys did a good job eliminating the speed and making sure that they had to come through at least 3 or 4 people.
And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, Tampa the same. Tuch fires, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box. Jackson onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river, and they defeat Tampa Bay Lightning 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn were the goal scorers. And Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers later this week. The Bills begin their offseason program today with new head coach Joe Brady. And the madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament as Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Looking around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. In the Ringer's Todd McShay reports, quote, someone in the Cardinals building is pushing hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Sun peeking out a little bit right now. I'm still seeing some snowflakes, though. All right, Sabres win last night over the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Bills open up their voluntary workout program today. Sal Capaccio joins now on the Westher hotline. Sal, you were at the game last night, weren't you?
I was at the game, yeah. It was great atmosphere for sure.
It sounded like I was at the 8-7 game. I was not there last night, but it sounded like on TV and from others' recollection that it was on par atmosphere-wise, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, I think so. I think the difference was, and these are like subtle things that just kind of, to me, the 8-7 game was almost like, okay, we're here. We're going to show this. Like, this is our chance to really kind of, prove to this team, the Lightning, that the Sabres are here. Remember, they had just beaten the Lightning pretty badly, the month before that, in Tampa. And I think everybody was kind of jacked to kind of prove it. Well, given recent events and recent results, this game felt to me like kind of a nervous anticipation. Like, come on, you have to be better tonight. Like, don't let. There was almost like a sinking feeling of, if you get off to a bad start here, this is not going to go good. We don't like where we are. And then once Tuch scored, I think it was like the balloon popping inside the arena. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that everything just came out, and then the rest of the game was just like, oh yeah, like we're back, baby. Let's go.
This is the first time I've had you on this week. I know you've been on the station already, but what was the drought ending like for you? And also the differences. I mean, it was very different than the Bills drought ending, but and I thought because of the pressure being off and everyone knowing that they were going to make it, that it wouldn't be as emotional of a moment. But for me, and I know for many others, it still very much was.
I wish I had videotaped it, because what we did was, as you know, my brother was in town last week, and on Saturday we were getting ready to go out for a birthday dinner, and we were watching the afternoon game. And it was, Rangers and Red Wings. And when I guess the difference is, real quick to compare it to the Bills, the Bills was, hey, if they win, you never know, and you got to kind of hope. And then it happened. It was just so crazy. And I was there. It's obviously in Miami, and I was there when that happened. This one, we all knew the Sabres were making the playoffs by last Saturday, right? Like, everybody knew that. The question was, when was it going to happen? It's going to happen that night. We all thought it might happen on Thursday, and it didn't. And all of a sudden, Saturday comes. And I know you don't want to backdoor it, but we knew it was going to happen. So, kind of knowing that moment, like I said, I wish I videotaped it, because what happened was there was just a few minutes left. And I just wanted Max to experience it. And Yana, my wife, and Max and I, we go to a lot of games together. My brother was in town, like I said. And I said, hey, let's go. Everybody down here right now. And I gathered everybody around. No lie. I poured a glass of wine for myself. I poured some water for Max. I poured Yana some Prosecco. And we counted it down like New Year's Eve. We literally counted down like New Year's Eve. And we did a toast. And I didn't videotape it. We just did it. It was kind of a cool moment inside the house to say, we're going to the playoffs. Let's go. Because we like to go to games together, and we know that that'll be really cool for all of us.
Right. Mac's first playoff game on the way at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Giannis too. I mean, when I was living, I've been married I was married. I've been married 23 years now, and she remembers, in Florida when the Sabres won. Joe, I remember.
You
true
moved
story.
back. You moved back immediately after the series ended, right, against Philly, like almost like a month later.
Like
or something?
2 months later. I have been back in Buffalo since right when the drought started. Like I've not been back in Buffalo since the playoffs. But I went to playoff games back in the day. I flew up for a Cup game in '99. Like I was here for the game they won, Jeff Sanderson 2-1.
Yeah.
So I was here for that. But I'll tell you our quick story. So we're in Florida, and I'm coaching high school football, and we have a spring game. Like they have spring games down there. And if I remember the exact game right, I think it was, we had a spring game that night, and it was like, in the evening, and it's the Rangers game in overtime, the Drury game. And back then you had to like DVR the game, you know what I mean? It was not like you had to do it in a different way. And I said to Yana, do not tell me what happens in this game tonight. Like I'm going to go home and watch the game. And I did, and she knew the result. And I did not know. And then I came home from the spring football game, and then I watched that, and that was really cool. So we've experienced playoffs together. You know what I mean? But never inside the arena together.
Is that 99 game the last playoff game you would have been to?
Would have had to been, yeah. I don't think I did not go to one in the run, in the 06, 05, 06, 07 run. I never went to a game during that time.
All right, so it's been a while for you, too. It's been a while for everybody, so... Anyways, Sabres win last
for sure.
night.
I remember, but Joe, for me, my playoff memories, that was great, going to that. My playoff memories are the 80s and the Adams division. And I went to plenty of games against the Bruins and the Nordique. Those are the playoff games that I think about when I think about, Sabres playoff hockey. And it's funny, the impressionable years. So, I'm 12, 13, 14 back then. So I'm guessing that's what Max will experience now.
Right. And, man, it is crazy. So many Sabre fans don't have any of that. Like to reach back to like when I was a kid or when I was a teenager, went to this series and this game, and man, if you're of a certain age right now, you don't have that yet. You don't have anything.
That's right.
So this is why it's great that they're back, and that you get games like last night. So to the Bills. Voluntary workout starts today, right? Is this open to the media? Like, what are we really getting, I guess, from the Bills today and over the next few days?
No, nothing in the media. And they can. Like, teams are different. Back in many years ago, we used to go in and kind of watch them, go and run a little bit and do some conditioning. That's changed over the years for most teams. What teams do now, and the Bills do this, they don't allow media in to watch. There might be a day that comes up where they say, hey, come on by. But generally, they're going to release what we call B-roll. They're going to put out their own videos, right? And they're going to say, here, you can use this for your broadcast, or they're going to put it out on Twitter. Like you saw Lamar yesterday running. I'm sure you saw that, right, on video and all that. Like you'll get that from the Bills today. You'll have the welcome video and see somebody walking in, and, the guys are back and something like that. And that's when you can kind of figure out who's there. But one of the reasons, I think, is because they kind of don't want the media to take full attendance, because it's voluntary. And then things become a story, and they shouldn't be. And I'm not speaking for the Bills specifically here. I think league-wide, that's kind of the deal here. So sometime in the next 2 weeks, we may find out, hey, come on down. You can hear from a couple players afterwards. We don't know that right now. That's always fluid situation, so no media. We just kind of have to go by what, the Bills are putting out there. But we can tell you that, today is the first day for the voluntary offseason workout. The Bills were allowed to start yesterday. Joe Brady told us last week they'd start today, so I'm guessing yesterday was more of a check-in day. By the way, last night, Khalil Shakir was there, Alec Anderson, Travis Clayton. They showed him up in the box. Shakir banged the drum before the game, so we know those guys are in town, right? And then at some point before the draft, we'll hear from Brandon Beane, probably maybe Joe Brady. The difference this year, Joe, is because they have a new head coach. Obviously, as you know, they can start 2 weeks early. The other difference is because they have a new head coach, there's what they call a voluntary veteran mini camp coming up the week of the draft. That's also voluntary, but that's new too. If you have a returning head coach, you don't get that. So you get 2 weeks of conditioning, no assistant coaches on the field, just strength and conditioning coaches are allowed. Rehab is allowed. That's all this is for the next 2 weeks. And then you have a week of a voluntary veteran mini camp, which they are allowed to kind of do some football-y type of stuff out there.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned the Lamar Jackson video the Ravens put out, because, right, like the Ravens would want everybody to know Lamar Jackson's here because there was a little bit of a wonder of whether he would show up. They're talking extension with him, and will he report? Like last year, we would have had a bit of this with James Cook, right? Like wondering if he's going to appear. Jordan Poyer a couple of years ago. But this Bills team, I don't really think that guy exists, really, right? Like, is there anybody you would have thought or would be wondering in the next few days if he was there or not, and whether that'd be meaningful? Like, unless Osiris Torrance becomes this story, but that's just not really on the radar, I don't think.
No, I don't think anything like that from any Bills player. I think the only question from this Bills team would be guys who are recovering from injury, specifically like a Michael Hoyt, right? Like, how is he? Josh Allen, right? We know Brandon Beane said 100%, full attendance, but, you want to see him out there, right? You want to see him doing those kinds of things. But I think, to me, like, that would be the bigger story here. Like, are these guys, how do they look? Are they actually out in the field? Dalton Kincaid, right? Like, all the talk about the knee and last week and what happened in the owners' meetings and some of the stuff that was out there, like that was said, and how people, kind of, took that in context. I think all of those things probably mattered to this situation. Maybe Deion Dawkins with it, for maybe a little different reason because of last week and what you guys talked about, and him saying the stuff he said. Like, that probably could be some sort of little story right there. You know what I mean? So those are probably the kinds of things that you'd look for.
Did we ever end up you might not even know, like, because it was like all on social media. Did we ever end up in a place of how serious that all was, or whether he was kidding? There was the April Fool's thing that he also sent out about the Dolphins. Like, I guess I still can't figure out what was really real there. It felt like that there was real frustration in the YouTube stream he did, but that, the April Fool's joke was just him messing around.
I think that too. I think the April Fool's joke was him messing around after the reaction to the stream.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it wasn't like that. If the stream doesn't happen, the April Fool's traded to the Dolphins probably doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
But he probably got some backlash for it. And, after that was, put out there, and, he says what he says, and, he's frustrated and says a couple things about, the fans, some fans coming after him or whatever. And then other fans kind of pile on, and that leads to the other thing. And since then, we kind of haven't heard a peep. And as I told you when this all happened, and I'm pretty sure, like, to me, I've kind of seen this movie play out before with Deion, which is he'll be Deion. We'll go talk to him. He'll say, oh, my God, I love it in Buffalo. I love the fans here. And, I'm the snowman. I'm an entertainer. And, I said what I said, and we're all good. Like, something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of the playbook of Deion as he does it, because he is. I think Deion is a guy that sometimes, he might say something that might be just right on his mind and off the cuff, but at the end of the day, I think he doesn't really worry about that, and he knows that, and he'll tell you how much he loves it here and he loves the fans and things like that, and I expect that to happen.
You mentioned on the injuries, so Michael Hoyt, top of the list, impact player in the little bit that he played last year. I don't know, hasn't the wind kind of been blowing towards that recovery's going well and that he'll be available to them this year? I mean, it's tough to know, right, in the spring. The other two are maybe a little more under the radar because they haven't really performed, but you've got 2 third-round picks that are coming off major injuries in Dwayne Carter and Landon Jackson. Carter was preseason. Maybe I don't know where Jackson would be, Sal, because that was a big injury, and that was in the middle of the year. So maybe he would be a more of a concern for that than Carter.
Yeah, what week was Jackson? They were in Miami.
It was Miami.
Had to be. I think it was early middle, right? If I will, something like that. So you're right. I think all indications
10.
are
It was week 10, November 9th.
Okay,
yeah.
So a little later than that. I think all indications are everybody's kind of on track, whatever that means. Like, that no one's really in danger of missing any significant time, especially in the offseason here. But I mean, during the offseason, if they're going to miss any sort of conditioning or whatever, it is rehab. You are allowed to rehab. They might not be on the field conditioning.
Sure.
They might be in there rehabbing. But when it comes to getting ready for May, getting out of the field, OTAs, those kinds of things, I don't think there's any concern from anything I've heard with any of these guys. The other one is Tyler Bass, who he told us right after the season ended that he feels really good and he should be able to do everything. So I think we're, expecting that to happen. I think the two, one's actually not under contract though, so I shouldn't even include him, will be the receivers, Gabe Davis and then Tyrell Shavers, who is. And that just happened in the playoffs, right? So I would not expect Tyrell Shavers to be ready. I think that would be way too ambitious. And the fact that they went out and signed, I think, kind of his replacement, Tret Sherfield, should tell us a little bit about that as well.
if he was able to play a half on a torn ACL, maybe he's got some superpower rehab skill as well. I don't know. That would be a lot.
I would not doubt it from Tyrell Shavers, by the way, or Gabe Davis for that matter. But Gabe is a free agent, and I don't know what his future holds as far as the NFL specifically, or the Bills specifically, or even the NFL. I feel like Gabe is the kind of guy that maybe you get into the season, you check in on him, how's rehab going, and you can maybe do what you did last year, and sign him if you need a guy. But we'll see. And hopefully Gabe is, able to play again, resume his career, and wherever that is. But obviously Tyrell Shavers is under contract. But you're right, Joe. I mean, wouldn't put anything past that guy.
Yep. Sal Capaccio on the West Her hotline. Last thing, did you you were at the game, so did the national championship just kind of come and go for you? Like, or it was still been going on maybe when you got out of there last night?
So we hightailed it, Max and I, last night. As soon as the game ended, like right before the ending that goal. All right, I want to get out because I wanted to go home and watch the end of the championship game. Didn't want to get stuck in traffic, so we got out of there. And as soon as I walked in the door, it was halftime, which is great. I got to watch the second half, and I mean, UConn fought hard and, did their best. But, dude, Michigan was just the best team in the country, I think, all year. And I think maybe didn't realize that it was going. Arizona kind of seemed like it. But they're so good on both ends of the floor. And Dusty May is just a tremendous coach. It's a great hire. And I pointed that out last night. Dusty May, great hire by Michigan. And as a couple, like, Syracuse fans and friends said to me, and they're right, like, if you hire the right coach, you can turn it around very quickly in basketball now. Or in football, right? Look at Cignetti in Indiana. But the way the portal works, the way the NIL, all that kind of stuff works now, you hire the right coach. I mean, you can turn everything around very, very quickly. Michigan was not a good team just a few years ago.
Right. And then they go Sweet 16 national championship in 2 years with the same coach.
And it's the third time, I believe, Joe, I don't know if you guys had this morning, it's the third time a national champion started their journey from Buffalo.
Okay. I did not see
I believe UConn did it twice, and now
right.
Michigan.
That's right. We talked about that earlier in the tournament. So Michigan.
Yeah.
All right. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
We'll take a break here, and there's a space movie tweet that I wanted to discuss because I'm very into space movies. Also, a Montreal Canadiens guest, Eric Engels, coming up at 9:30 here on WGR.
To get to our zone.
Last night's game, some of the players had talked about turning up the intensity after the Washington game. You feel like that happened against the Lightning last night?
I did. I felt right at the start of the game. We got off to a real disappointing start in Washington, and to a man, we knew we had to be a lot better. We basically handed Washington 3 goals and then tried to fight back. And when you're pushing from behind, you expose yourself. We talked about the start. We talked about how we defend, and defending has been a big part of the reason we've been successful. And we just really got back to the basics. Played good defensively first, and then tried to turn up the skating and the competing.
Yeah, we had fun with the River Hockey comment. We asked you about that a few weeks ago, and that was maybe closer to what the 8-7 game was. How different was last night, especially in the third period, right? Like that is, I think, the antithesis of that, isn't it? Like where you are up in the game and you're just trying to shut things down for an entire period.
Yeah, and it's been part of our game where we've been leading, and I think in the past it's really hurt us when we've made some mistakes that have allowed opportunities for the other team to score big goals against us. And I thought for the most part this year, protecting a lead and how we play in the third period, staying above the puck, waiting for opportunities instead of putting risk in your game and trying to create more opportunities. Against a good team like Tampa, if you go in there and you go in too hard and you bury 2 or 3 forwards, they got a pretty active D, and they got some guys up front there that can really skate. I thought our guys did a good job eliminating their speed and making sure that they had to come through at least 3 or 4 people to get to our zone.
a couple of big overall takeaways from it. One from the game itself and how it was played is that's the third period specifically. That's the antithesis of river hockey.
Yes.
And I thought going into that game, there might be a little bit of an attitude from the Sabres of, we know a Lightning player is the one that made that river hockey comment to Elliot Friedman. And, oh, you think we can only play river hockey?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this.
Yep.
And I feel like they go into that third period up 3-2, and it's, we're just going to lock you down and smother you defensively, and you are not going to get great chances, and we're going to punt this game away and just stifle you offensively. Luukkonen had to make a couple of big saves.
Yep, but you're going to need that. It's a good team on the other side, and I thought I had in my notes like clinically boring third period.
Yes.
That was how I described it. Clinically boring. They were perfect.
High danger chances in the third period, 2 for Tampa, none for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But 2-0. Like it was like 8-7 in the first period or something.
If you're asking your goalie to make 2 saves for you in the third that you really need, then you're in a really good spot up 1. I think that they did the job, and they did the job that I think people are concerned that they can't do. So I think for that reason, it was a really huge, huge moment for them to sort of prove to not just the league, but, Tampa themselves, because of what you said there. I think it was almost certainly a Tampa player that described them that way, and they wanted to stuff it in their face. And they did. And I think it was awesome. I think you watched that game last night, and you think to yourself, I think you can beat anybody. If you can play that way and play the way that you've seen them all year up and down the ice, I think that you are comfortable with the goalie you had last night saying you can go into any game and beat anybody.
It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Welcome back. UNC has their new basketball coach, and they hired an NBA guy, Michael Malone. I know him well. I'm a Nuggets fan, Denver Nuggets. He won the title a couple years ago. I don't think he has any college basketball experience, but UNC, Belichick and Malone, they're going pro coaches now, I guess. But Dusty May is the national champion. 803-0550, the phone number. Sabres win over the Lightning. Talk more about it when we come back here on WGR.
So, all right, what does Tuch do? Really, really good penalty killer, good defensively in his own end. Do we think that Noah Ostlund can take just that role over?
I think that he's already doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So can he replace Tuch on the kill and eat some of the defensive zone minutes that Tuch eats? Yes? All right, we're all good there. Okay, great. Good.
Yep.
Okay, now we've got to replace a little bit of goal scoring. Can the combination of the development from a Noah Ostlund offensively, a Zach Benson, or a Jack Quinn, plus, did you see some of the plays Konsta Helenus made last night?
I saw some clips. He's on fire in Rochester.
He is dominating the AHL in a way that you would say this guy is ready to go next year. You're not putting him back in the A next year.
That's true.
Do you think that the combination of an increase from Benson, Quinn, Ostlund, and the addition of Helenus can replace the total offensive production from Alex Tuch? I think you could probably be pretty comfy in saying yes to that. I mean, if you get 7 more goals out of Östlund, you get another 10 from Benson, you get the same thing you're getting now from Quinn, and you get a decent rookie year out of Helenius.
Mm-hmm.
That is his offensive production replaced. Now, will that be the same sort of comfortable fit with Thompson? Will that be the same energy and leadership in the locker room? Mm-hmm. No, probably not. Definitely not right away. But I think you are in a position as an organization where you can make this decision and feel comfortable either way without doing anything else with the room that it gets you. Mm-hmm. So I think that there is a real place to go here where you can decide after the season, all right, is this number something that really makes sense for the next 8 years of the Buffalo Sabres? I know that good teams do this kind of stuff where they sign a guy and they figure it out later. Mm-hmm. You know what good teams also do? They let Steven Stamkos go, even though he's the captain of their organization for the last 15 years.
Tampa to do
because
that.
He wants too much money.
Mm-hmm.
And they rebound and look at where they're at. Look at what Tampa's done this year without him and last year. Mm-hmm. They're fine. And Stamkos is a really good player.
Yeah, he's still great.
So you can survive these kind of things. And Tampa is not a team with young guys ready to step in that are developing. Buffalo is.
Yeah.
So, not to try and talk anybody out of the Alex Tuch business. I love the guy, and I think he's great. But I think if you're talking to Jarmo and you lay all that out in front of him, he goes, that doesn't sound too bad.
And Alex Tuch will come out of the penalty box, and he's got the puck. Buffalo changing, Tampa the same. Tuch, fire, scores! Alex Tuch! Out of the penalty box and onto the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Buffalo.
The Sabres roll on the river. They defeat Tampa Bay 4-2 last night. Jason Zucker, Alex Tuch, Josh Norris, and Jack Quinn were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 2 goals on 25 shots and tallied an assist as well. Up next, they head to Madison Square Garden to take on the Rangers. Face-off is set for 7 o'clock. The Bills, they begin their offseason program today with new head coach Joe Brady. And the madness has come to an end in the men's NCAA basketball tournament as Michigan basketball wins its first national title since 1989 with a 69-63 win over UConn. Around the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the NFL and NFLRA will resume negotiations this week on a new CBA to replace the one that expires next month. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not attend the team's offseason workout program. And the Ringer's Todd McShay reports that, quote, someone in the Cardinals building is pushing hard to draft Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Morning, 9:02. Sabres win over the Lightning. Again. What a night. I every game like that I'm not in the arena now, I really feel like I'm missing out. It's awesome being in there. I feel like nothing was going to top that 8-7 game, though.
They played this last night. Rolling on the river at the end of the game.
Did they?
In the arena, yeah. They had Sabretooth run out with the flag behind him, everything, to Rolling on the River.
It's pretty good. Though, yeah, we have these elements of rivalry with Tampa. We have a villain, Hagel, chanting his name last night. We want Hagel, punching the dummy before the game. Really embracing the river hockey chirp that they gave. We all know they gave. Oh, it's the best. Give me a series against the Lightning. Second round would be nice. I think the Sabres can beat them. I don't know how you can't think they could beat them. And this is where we had a caller earlier in the week, Toronto guy, and no offense to him, he's also probably been, beaten down by the Leafs in their playoff failures for years.
Hard not to be.
Right. I don't know how many fans truly believe this team is capped or that they have a ceiling. I don't think it's that many. But I just don't know how you could think they don't have it in them to win the Stanley Cup. And maybe you only think that because it just seems like such a big goal, and it feels impossible. But there's no good reason why it's impossible. Is it likely? Of course not. They're like plus 2,000 right now to win the Stanley Cup. The Seahawks are plus 6,000, by the way, so they wouldn't even be the most unlikely champion of this calendar year. If they were to win it. But if they can beat Tampa, they could get into the Stanley Cup final.
For sure.
And if you want to give me, they can get that far. They can't beat Colorado. Okay, fine.
Sure.
I'm not going to argue that Colorado couldn't dust them in a 4-game series because Colorado could probably do that to any team in the league if they're on. But making it there, if you tell me the Sabres can't make it there, then there's nobody in this conference that you should think could get that far except for Tampa. I wouldn't even go as far as to say Carolina. Because
they haven't done it.
They haven't done it, and their style is proven to not work in the postseason. They get exhausted, chasing guys around, too intense, man coverage stuff. The Brindamore system doesn't work for the long haul in the postseason. So who else? Just you can't convince me that they're not in the same category as at least everybody else, let alone maybe above them.
What are you gonna? You're just gonna lean on? Pittsburgh's gonna make it just because Crosby and Malkin are there and Letang? That doesn't add up to me. I don't think there's any reason. I said this yesterday as well. I don't think there's any reason that the lack of this team in the playoffs should stop them from making it as far as they want to. What will stop them from doing that is not playing the way that they've been playing. If they play how they have been playing since December 9th, really save for this last tiny little blip on the schedule, they can do and beat anybody. There's no reason to believe that they couldn't. They are playing good enough hockey. They have enough talent. They've got the coaching. They've got great goaltending this year, and that's all that is necessary.
And I can't stop thinking about how this could really be their best shot at it. It doesn't have to be. And that's a pretty pessimistic way to look at it. That they won't get better, that Oslin isn't going to get way better, that Benson won't get better, that Doan won't maintain this, that, I guess the goaltending could repeat. But sure, you could definitely get a lot better. There are just questions. It doesn't have to be that for the next 5 years, this is going to be them. It doesn't have to be the case. There's just too many unknowns. I don't know who the coach is next year. Yeah. I don't know if your second best forward is on the team next year. I don't know what the goaltending is going to do next year. I don't know right now if the guy that was their best defenseman on the ice last night, Bo Byram, is going to be here past next year. Like, there are questions. And Florida will be back in the picture, probably. Like, the conference could have a couple, at least one, kingpin team that gets healthy and returns. Mm-hmm. It's just doesn't have to be, well, this is just the start of something, no problem at all. Round one, fine. Like, no, there's a possibility. This is your best shot.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how it's setting up. And that's to give them credit. I'm trying to give them credit for they have a good shot.
Right.
This is a good shot at it.
It is.
You can beat anybody. The place you're in the standings, the goaltending working out the way it is, Lindy's pushing the right buttons. You've got Byram and Tuch on the same team. I don't know if you can do that long term with the money that they're going to cost.
That's right.
And I've got the young guys that are right now secondary role players as opposed to having to play at the top of the lineup. One reason why you might be getting the best out of Noah Oslin right now is he doesn't have to play on the top line. He doesn't have to play with a minute to go, down one or up one. He doesn't have to play on the number one power play unit. That is the comparison to the 05-06 Sabres, where you had these young, talented guys, but Vanek didn't have to play at the top. Pominville didn't have to play at the top when he first got here. Roy, Connolly, these guys didn't have to play up high. You had Briere, you had Drury, you had veterans that could take that on and allow the pressure to kind of be off those younger players. That's a bit of the dynamic that they have right now. And that, to me, is what gives them such a good shot at it.
Yeah. And I think, to your point, it is a really good shot at it. And you don't know what the landscape will look like next year. But I also think, to a lot of those questions that you're asking, there are answers that they can go, all right, I can convince myself that this will work, or that we will have the ability to make it work, whatever that might be, whether it's, okay, you lose Tuch. I did, my whole spiel earlier about the combination of Oslin, Quinn, Benson, Halanus, whatever.
Making up for that.
Or if you lose a Byram, you still have Radim Murka coming up the pipeline? In 2 years, if that's what it is, do you have him step in? Is he ready? Is that what that looks like? Or is there a player you can trade for with cap space that you create by losing an Alex Tuch? Or is there, I think that they are set up with a bank of assets and a bank of prospects that gives them the flexibility and the players necessary to stay in a window. I think there are teams across the league that are in a window that maybe is even just opening that aren't set up as well as the Sabres are at this point.
This is where, too, I can appreciate the move at GM. Because I am much more confident that they can find the answers to all of those questions because Kekalainen is the GM and not Kevin Adams.
Right.
I would be more optimistic you'll find the solutions and that you will make the right calls. I mean, maybe they have to pick between Byram and Tuch long-term on who to pay. If they were to give one of those two a contract this summer, by the way, which one would you pick? Byram? Let's say they were only going to give one big deal out. Would you just give Byram a big deal right now? You could pay him this summer.
See, that's tough because I would
So funny where we were at a year ago, like he is definitely getting traded.
I know it.
In the offseason. And he was the whole subject of what's going to happen this offseason trade-wise all summer. Nothing ever happened. And then he's just been great. Like, he hasn't been perfect all the way through the year. He started really well. There was a little bit of a rough patch in the middle. Right. He was, I thought, their best player last night on the ice.
He was awesome. He was awesome. That's tough because if you were asking me, would you invest a big contract into D or forward, I would say forward because I've got so many on D. But if you're asking me which age of player I would rather keep, it's Byram, easily.
He's 6 years younger, or
right.
five years younger.
And so that's a really good question. If you had to pick one, I would be tempted to say Tuch because I think they have so much on the back end.
Yeah.
But I need to know what the contract is on Tuch. Is it 6 years or is it 8? Is it
9.5
or is it 11.5?
Yeah, true.
What's the number there? And Byram, is it 8 for 6? That's too low. 8 for 8? And then you've got another $8 million defenseman on the roster. I don't know if you're wanting to build a team that way. I mean, I don't hate it because I think D are really important, but I don't know that you have the room for it. I think you need to lean on rookie contracts up front if that's your plan to build out your D like that. So I would probably lean Tuch on that, but I would need the contract to be either 6 years for 10.5 or 8 years for 9. I need a bit of a deal on Tuch if I'm picking that. That's a really good question, though.
803-0550 is the phone number. Cap going up, by the way. You could just take the risk a little, but you could play it out on Byram an extra year if you want to. Jerry in Kenmore is next up. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, good morning. On that subject, real quickly, is there an asset we can move in the off season to free up to extend Byron and
sure.
And sign Tuch? Is it power?
It could be. I mean, I thought of Greenway immediately just because that's a $4 million player that I think Josh Dunn can replace, honestly. But if you're looking for a big number, yeah, like that, you're right. Power would be the name to wonder because I've got $11 million in Dahlin. I've got $4 million in Samuelson with change. I've got 8.3 in Power. I'm already over $20 million.
Yeah, I think
for 3 guys. Am I going to pay 4 defensemen that much? That would be the question, Jerry. I think
I would be really nervous about that because I think Power's got room to go up. Still, I think we know what Byram is. I think if you get rid of Power, he could still become better than we've seen.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get something back in that deal. My main point for calling today is I have the Sabres bubble screen. The thing I hate seeing continuously. Okay.
I like this.
On power play zone entries, we get the line by about a foot, and then we make some crappy little 4-foot pass that never works and goes the other way. Stop doing it. I'm tired of seeing it. We did it 10 times last night. That's not going to work in the playoffs.
You mean like right when they enter, once they're in the zone?
They get a foot into the zone, and then they try to make this 3-foot pass to the boards, and it's too congested or it gets deflected, and it goes the other way. If you rewatch this game, we did it 10 times last night.
All right. Thanks, Jerry, for the call. Owen, do you see that happening?
Yes, and I understand the frustration. There is a method to that madness. When the Sabres, okay, let's back up a little bit. The Sabres break in, which is really the thing that all teams in the league do, is a drop pass. So they drive up the ice with speed, force the opposing team to back up on their blue line, re-drop the puck to a guy coming up with even more speed and try and catch the defenders flat-footed. So when you're doing that, you're hoping to find a gap in coverage to get you across the line and then to offload that puck, kick it out, and you can set up into your power play. So when they cross the line with that speed, what they want to do is kick it out to the outside of the rink, give themselves a release valve that lets them either rim the puck around hard, low, and allows the forward that's coming in with speed to pick it up, or rim it hard, or pass it around and hold it high if the PK guys back up more. It's dependent on your read is essentially, is my defender on the line backing up or is he holding? If he's holding, I'm going to try and chip it in behind. If he's backing up, I'm going to just hold my puck here and we're going to get the easy zone entry. I think teams know that's coming. It's a very, very common strategy. So well-coached teams like the Lightning are on that quick. They know how to make it look like their D are sagging back, make that pass tempting, and they know how to shoot and fire on that and take it away. It was maddening last night. I agree.
Yeah.
And they need to be better on that read, or maybe just, change the breakout a little bit. I think that the drop pass is maybe a little overused across the NHL now. It is really effective, though. It does what it's meant to do consistently. That's why teams like it. So just, a little background on why you're seeing that pass made. Yeah. It is ideally a read that they're making to either chip it behind or offload close, and it can get you caught if you're not careful.
Okay. Yeah, all that looks how it's happening and sounds right. Can't believe they've not scored a 5-on-3 goal this year.
That's unbelievable.
In almost 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Of 5-on-3 time, they haven't scored. That's the most amount in the league of teams that don't have one. Like the Blues haven't scored one, but they've only been on 5-on-3 for like a minute this year. On Twitter, there's another one of these pictures. It's an Earth set on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
The Artemis NASA Twitter account just tweeted it out. It looks too good to think that it's real. Again, this is where, do I trust space pictures? Is this a real camera? Is this
some composite image? Yeah.
The composite images. That's what it is.
Those will get you.
Yeah. So this mission broke the record furthest from Earth from the Apollo 13 mission.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I think, one of the most underrated space movies of all time, and it's just because it's old.
Right.
It's
before
like from
the genre got cool.
Yes. Yeah, when did space movies get cool?
E.T.?
Oh. E.T. is way before.
It's too, yeah.
When is E.T.? 1975?
I was just thinking Alien. It's not even a space movie.
I was going to say,
right,
I don't think I would even say that's a space movie. Star Wars?
Is there a single...
Ooh, Star Wars might be the
But
answer
Star
to this.
Trek also existed, so that's going to be a heated debate between people. I'm not a Star Trek guy. I don't know.
Was there not a gap after Star Wars between are we going space movie like Martian space movie
I want to
kind of
make
grounded?
I want to make two different categories between a Star Wars
sci-fi
and a space. Like when I think of a space movie, the plot of the movie is about going to space.
Right.
Star Wars is not about going to space. It just happens to take place in space.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Like that.
Would I
that
get
distinction.
Would I get pushback on that?
No.
Star Wars. I don't want Star Wars in the space movie category.
No, because they lift off and take off from. It's not about going to space. They reside mostly in space throughout the films.
Right.
So,
like if I'm having a conversation about what the greatest space movie of all time is, I'm talking Interstellar.
Right.
I'm talking Apollo 13. Maybe Project Hail Mary, which just came out.
I would say that's that.
I don't want you throwing Star Wars in my face.
Well,
in
also
that
Star
conversation.
Trek. 11 years on Star Wars. Star Trek came out in '66. Star Wars came out in '77.
That's fine. I don't want Star Trek in this either.
No.
Yeah. What about 2001: A Space Odyssey? Is that where it got? Does that count?
That's closer.
Fit our category, or is that like still just too sci-fi?
I think that's a little sci-fi-y for me.
Okay,
but that's closer.
That feels like our cutoff line for more spacey than that falls into our category. More sort of story-driven sci-fi is in the Star Wars category.
Yeah, like maybe The Martian is another movie that I think could fit this.
I've heard good things. I've not seen that yet.
Is Alien?
Oh, sorry, not that one. I've seen The Martian, not the
with
new
Matt
one.
Damon.
Yeah. Is Alien a sport? Not a sports movie. A space movie. That is pretty much.
It's in space.
Yeah, and it's a space horror.
Is
film.
that about going to space?
No, but that's about the monster. It's a monster movie more than it's a space movie.
Okay.
I guess how many movies am I really eliminating if I'm making this specific of an ask about the category?
Okay.
You like suddenly like you mentioned E.T. That wouldn't qualify because there's no scenes in space.
Correct.
Or is there? Is there a single? I don't think there's a single scene.
No, they just float on the Earth.
Arrival is a alien movie, not
right.
There are alien movies, there are sci-fi movies, and there are space movies.
Right. Independence Day, not a space movie. That's an alien
Correct.
movie.
That's an alien movie.
Yeah.
Battle Los Angeles is another like alien horrible
I
movie.
have never seen that, and I can't.
It's so
I don't,
bad.
It sounds terrible.
It's awful.
What about, okay, hear me out on this. Aging us a little bit, if you know what this is. Despicable Me, the whole plot's about getting to space. They have to build a rocket and all of that.
Well,
More of a space movie than Star Wars.
Yes, I would agree with that.
More
doesn't that kind of apply to E.T. too? Isn't that about getting him back up there?
E.T. go home, right? Isn't that, yeah,
E.T.
but
phone
you
home.
go
Phone
home, yeah.
You just said go home?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you. I
Have you
haven't
seen E.T.?
No. I just know about it. I've never seen it.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's
man.
a tough scene. Tough scene.
I think I want to say. I mean, I have been the subject of a lot of bad. You haven't seen this movie, like Hoosiers. I think that's the worst one in show history.
E.T. is tough.
I think not seeing E.T. is way worse than me not seeing Hoosiers.
That is real. Yeah,
I've seen
for sure.
parts of E.T. I just haven't seen it in its entirety.
Man, that's crazy.
I think that is.
I can't even like believe
What was your
that.
childhood? You never, as a kid, just E.T. was never.
It was never really all that appealing to me.
Have you
I don't
seen
know.
Jaws?
Yes,
Are you just not a space movie alien guy? Like it
No, The
doesn't interest
Martian
you?
is one of my favorite movies, but like I don't know. E.T. never really called out to me.
I mean,
The
it is
Martian
a-
over Interstellar?
Interstellar's phenomenal. I've seen Interstellar.
Not over.
Right, but he said
you're
one
putting
of
it
my
over?
favorite movies.
What's one of my favorite movies?
Put him
Is also Interstellar
mute.
one of your
I
favorite
can't tell him
movies?
to
No,
mute his mic because he's on the board.
That's personal. That's personal preference. I like Matt Damon a lot. So
Matt
like,
Damon is in Interstellar.
I know he
Right,
is.
and
I know
his
he is.
character is awesome.
I know he is, but I like him as the principal character of The Martian.
Oh,
I'm not disputing
Man.
that's a good movie. It's a very good movie.
I never said it was better than
it's
Interstellar.
fine.
I think you did. You said The Martian was the greatest movie.
I did
Ever.
not say that.
Did he
I
not
said-
say that?
No,
he
I
said
said it's
ever.
one
Yeah,
of my
it's the
favorite.
best movie that's ever been made.
did
Actually,
not.
is what he said.
I did not. We're just gaslighting.
There
now.
was.
That's where we're
I'm
at.
going to want to hear the tape back, but I think
Yeah.
something
I said
like
it's
that
one
was
of my
said.
favorite movies. I think.
I
is
mean,
what I said.
I'd put it on the Mount Rushmore of space movies.
Ooh.
I think I could get there.
Well, we got
I'd go. I mean, Interstellar is on it automatically.
Yeah.
I'd put Apollo 13 on there with Tom
Right.
Hanks.
Gravity
Bill
is
Paxton.
really good.
Yeah. Wasn't my
Gravity.
favorite. Fine. Little overrated in my opinion. I put Project Hail Mary on there before. That's in theaters right now.
Yeah, I need to see a full list before I'm prepared to agree with The Martian on the Mount Rushmore.
I think I could get to The Martian.
That's like
Being
one
top
of
four.
the more
I just don't want to be.
definitive
I
ones.
feel like I picked all four movies that are recent. Well, Apollo 13 is like 35 years ago, but
How
yeah,
many,
I could get there.
Well, how many movies about this that fit into our category
I know,
really are there?
I think we almost limited it so much that
yeah.
there's not that many. There's that horrible movie with Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence where they go to space.
Oh, Passengers.
Terrible.
Oh,
That's fine. It's
Terrible.
just whatever.
Joe, stop.
What about Oh, never mind.
No, go ahead.
Not even going to suggest
Oh.
this. I'm looking at a list of popular space movies just to see, and Space Jam is on there. I don't know if it's by name.
No, it's
he just
list-
goes through
that
a
list is
portal,
disqualified.
right? Yeah, he goes through a portal. So.
There's no element of space other than space being in the name.
That's exactly what
Right?
I discovered. Yes.
That's absurd.
Yeah, I can't believe you haven't seen E.T.
That is wow.
You're gonna need to see E.T.
Okay. I'll add it
think
to
you're
my
You've seen
list.
Titanic?
Yes.
Like, this is the level of movie.
I think
you're missing
Titanic's a
out
little
on.
overrated. I'm not going to lie to you, but
That's fine, but you've seen it.
yes,
Right.
I've seen it.
That's okay.
That's a one-time watch for me. I'll never watch that again.
Is Star Wars a space movie? Is a question.
I mean, you start on Tatooine, right? Like, you don't get to space until after you meet Han Solo.
It's just not about going to space.
Yeah,
That's all I mean.
don't
It's
know.
in space.
I'm-
Different
I'm-
category for me.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't like our category as a category.
I think we've limited too much.
I don't.
right.
Because I need Star Wars in this kind of realm here. I feel like.
All right, it could be I'm still not putting it on my Mount Rushmore for space movies. Because it's going to fit multiple categories. It could be on a different Mount Rushmore.
You're not putting
Martian,
Star
though.
Wars on a space movie
But
Mount Rushmore. If
but it's
we're
because
including
it's
it?
specific for. It could.
The Martian's as fake as Star Wars. No one's been to Mars. It's all fiction.
Yeah.
You know? Like in theory.
No, I know, but it's about him being in space and on Mars. Star Wars is not about, I guess now I'm wrapping myself in its own pretzel where maybe I need to lay my sword down on this one.
I think if you fly into an asteroid field and hide on an asteroid, I think you might have to consider that a space.
All right, I'll take it under consideration. Eric Engels, when we come back, we'll get back on hockey. The Canadiens are hot. They play tonight. They could actually tie the Sabres and the Lightning tonight. We'll just see how good is it really going. Eric Engels from Sportsnet joins us when we come back here on WGR. Last night's game, some of the players had talked about turning up the intensity after the Washington game. You feel like that happened against the Lightning last night?
I did. I felt right at the start of the game. We got off to a real disappointing start in Washington, and to a man, we knew we had to be a lot better. We basically handed Washington 3 goals and then tried to fight back. And when you're pushing from behind, you expose yourself. We talked about the start. We talked about how we defend, and defending has been a big part of the reason we've been successful. And we just really got back to the basics. Played good defensively first, and then tried to turn up the skating and the competing.
Yeah, we had fun with the River Hockey comment. We asked you about that a few weeks ago, and that was maybe closer to what the 8-7 game was. How different was last night, especially in the third period, right? Like that is, I think, the antithesis of that, isn't it? Like where you are up in the game and you're just trying to shut things down for an entire period.
Yeah, and it's been part of our game where we've been leading, and I think in the past it's really hurt us when we've made some mistakes that have allowed opportunities for the other team to score big goals against us. And I thought for the most part this year, protecting a lead and how we play in the third period, staying above the puck, waiting for opportunities instead of putting risk in your game and trying to create more opportunities. Against a good team like Tampa, if you go in there and you go in too hard and you bury 2 or 3 forwards, they got a pretty active D, and they got some guys up front there that can really skate. I thought our guys did a good job eliminating their speed and making sure that they had to come through at least 3 or 4 people to get to our zone.
Luukkonen outplayed Vasilevsky.
Absolutely.
Like, all the numbers in this game were even. Like, the shot attempts were 53-52. Shots were 29-25. Scoring chances were, just out of here, 18-17. High danger chances, 7-7. Like, everything was even in this game.
Yep.
But your guy made one more big save than their guy did.
Yeah, and I thought Vasilevsky gave up some average goals, and I didn't think you saw that from Luukkonen. I think, the maybe the first one you'd like a save, but it's a great shot on a defensive zone turnover, and that's the way it goes. You get beat sometimes, and I thought he played a really confident game. Lindy post game mentioned the play he made when the Sabres iced the puck late. Cooper pulls Vasilevsky, puts out his big guns, and UPL did a really great job to recognize the situation and get a whistle quickly as soon as the draw got won.
Yep.
He said, I'm getting this puck and I'm holding on, and I'm getting my fresh guys out here. And he did it's a very small thing, but it was great. And then followed up by the opposite, where he made a great read to bat the puck over to his D-man, which he got an assist on for the empty netter. Right. He made both a great conservative play to cover the puck and get a whistle, and a great aggressive, smart puck play decision to get his team the game sealing goal. That is, you want to talk about goalie impact. You make all the saves you need, and you make 2 plays like that in a game. That is as good as it gets for a guy. So, I mean, I think Luukkonen stamped himself last night as this is your no doubt playoff goaltender. I don't think there's any way you see him play the way he did last night in all those things I just mentioned, in the spot that it was, and not think that that's your guy going into the playoffs.
He also almost scored a goal.
Yeah.
Tried to.
Yeah.
Did he kill the idea of a rotation dead last night?
I 100% think so.
Last night over the Tampa Bay Lightning. They go back into a tie for first in the Atlantic, but they have one more game played. So if you open up the standings, you will see them in second for now. And hot on their tail is Montreal, who has been hot recently. They just lost an 8-game winning streak. Eric Engel's joining us now on the West Her Hotline from Sportsnet. Thanks for coming on, Eric. How did that soundbite hit you? The Toronto president talking about Montreal and Buffalo in that way when kind of explaining away the season.
Well, I don't know about the not seeing the train coming part, but I would say it was one of the few accurate things he said during that press conference.
Right, that's right. I don't know that Montreal also, like the Sabres, I would say that is true of. That came out of left field, especially by December. No one thought this was going to happen, but I don't know. Haven't the Canadiens been building up to this? Like, I don't see their season as being this crazy stunner.
Is that a rhetorical question?
I guess a bit.
Yeah, it sounds like you saw it coming. Look, I also think outside of Buffalo, a lot of people year after year saying, like, they're coming. And then they arrived, It took a while. It's funny, as they were getting really cooking earlier this season, they were in Montreal. and played a great game here. And I walked in the locker room after and talked to Jason Zucker, and I was like, what the F took so long here? And he looked at me and said, we've been asking ourselves the same thing. Like, we know we had it. We know we have it. And I don't know, just sometimes it takes some sort of unexpected spark to light the whole thing up. But, man, they've been on fire ever since. It's been really impressive. You know, I sat down with Jarmo Kekalainen at the GM meetings and wrote a piece just about the ascension of the Sabres under his watch. I think Kevin Adams obviously deserves a lot of credit, and Jarmo spread it as he would. He spreads it to everybody. You know, this is a team that, aside from proving it to everybody else, has proven it to themselves. That's the big thing, right? Like that confidence swell that you see from the Sabres is well mirrored here in Montreal too. Like a young, confident group that's grown together and understands under Marty St. Louis what it takes to win games. And now we'll find out if either team understands what it takes to win them at the most important time of the year.
Yeah, I think the Sabres players too are talking a lot about these Lightning games. That same line of thinking, like proving it to yourself, and we can do it against teams we'll see in the playoffs. 3 straight wins for the Sabres against the Lightning, and Montreal just beat Tampa as well recently. So when you look at the Canadiens, like, I guess what was that spark for them? Like, why has this season really gone the way it's gone, just in a general sense?
Yeah, because I don't know if in their case I would describe it as a spark, right? Like, it's just been a steady build. You know, they entered into this rebuild cautioning everybody that it wouldn't be a linear process, but it's been quite linear. It's been one foot in front of the other with very few side steps in between, and none really backwards. And when you have a young group and the nucleus that all grows together, it's that helps. When you have great veterans around to shepherd those young players, that helps too. And when you have everything up top from ownership down through Jeff Gordon and Ken Hughes, through Marty St. Louis and the development staff and the rest of the coaching staff, kind of filter this uniform culture through, and then have the players build it up and maintain it and respect it like they would their own house. Well, that's when you have a recipe for success. And I think the Canadiens have been very successful. Like, it's been steady and strong and extremely impressive, honestly, to see them 4 years into a rebuild build on an unexpected playoff berth to a 100-point campaign by game 76 and clinching a playoff spot in the most ridiculous race I've covered in 18 years. It's hard not to be impressed with what they've done.
Right. To clinch where, I mean, the pace is at like 97 points to make the playoffs, and to clinch with a couple of weeks to go is definitely, I mean, it's impressive for both teams. Montreal, the talent at the top, how much has that really been the reason? Like, Suzuki has been incredible all year, but Caulfield's season and Hudson arriving, and I mean, I can go down the list, Slafkovsky, Demidov, the young talent really taking over seems, from my vantage point and from the outside to many, I think, kind of to be the catalyst. But I don't know, depth-wise and playing in their own end, like, how well-rounded do you see them being?
Pretty well-rounded. And look, like, all those guys are great individual talents who wouldn't be as good as they've appeared this year without each other. Structure, collective game, very good. You know, from the outside looking in, without watching them through a microscope like I do on a daily basis, oh, they spend time in their own zone, doesn't mean they're bad in there. Like, they've actually become quite good in there. They suppress the type of opportunities we saw in the early season, and they may get outshot, but a lot of that has to do with their emphasis on quality over quantity. So, like, you know, there are some misnomers about this group. It doesn't mean they're a complete product. Like, I wouldn't even suggest that their window has opened yet, except for the fact that, you know, they've been as successful as they have been this year, and they've been steady, and they haven't had more than one regulation 3-game losing streak all season. And, you know, they seem to be peaking at the right time. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they can't win this year, but they're still like this thing is really only going to open up next year. Like, so it's, they're not a complete product. They still have things to work on and build, but I think they can hang with anybody, and it doesn't matter what I think. They think they can hang with anybody, and that's the key.
I guess looking at the conference, how many teams would you feel like, that would be a tough one in a 7-game series for them experience-wise? Would it just be Tampa? I mean, because that's part of the Sabres' point as well is, just getting here, none of these guys mostly have playoff experience, but they're like Florida not being in the picture this year, I do think can matter to your expectations for what you're going to do once you get to the playoffs.
The answer for me, and it's going to sound like Gary Bettman saying it, but like everyone would be a tough one for the Sabres, for the Canadians, for anybody in that picture that makes it. Like, who the hell is going to want to play Ottawa in 8th place in the 1-8 matchup? They've been a great team all season when they've gotten the saves. They haven't gotten them for most of the season, but structurally and underlying numbers suggest, they're a very tough out from a 5-on-5 perspective. You run up against Philadelphia running hot into the playoffs. They get goaltending all of a sudden, and they could upset somebody. Columbus has dropped off a little bit recently, but what they did when Rick Bowness took over and the way they play would make them a very annoying opponent for anybody at the top of the conference. At the top of the conference is a team like Carolina. Like, I don't look at it anymore like pick your poison. I actually do look at it as pick your poison, because honestly, I would suggest to you that Buffalo could beat any team in this picture, that Montreal could beat any team in this picture, that Tampa could beat any team in this picture, and they could also all be out on the first round, and I wouldn't be surprised. So, like, that's the league this year. This has been an insane race. There are 4 teams in the Atlantic, 4, that are likely to finish with over 100 points. 3 of them already have. 2 of them have more, and 1 of them has 100. Like Boston, I didn't mention them. They're not going to be fun to play against. They're extremely well coached. They have great goaltending, and they're tough and tenacious and built to do some damage. Like, this is not like anything I've seen in the last 18 years. And the first round of the playoffs always has that drama element to it. That's what makes the NHL so great. But, like, this is on another level this year.
Right. Is that kind of to say that you don't really think there's a major difference between winning the division and not winning the division for these 3 teams, at least for the first round? I mean, there's obviously home ice later on.
I kind of laugh about it. Like, like home ice is important until you don't have it and convince yourself that it didn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, it does matter. I watched the Canadians go to the playoffs last year. They looked like they were going to be a dangerous team for Washington. And the fact that they didn't have any experience and were going into Washington for those first couple games, they kind of got shook up. And it was a little too late before they really got into the series. It was a tough series. It ended in 5 games. It probably could have gone 7. But those first couple were determinant in terms of, like, the vibe of that whole series and how it flipped because of home ice. I think if you're the Sabres, the Lightning, the Canadians, there is no, let's take it easy here, we're in a good spot. Like, you need to be gunning for the top of the conference. You need to try and secure home ice, if only for the advantage that it brings and the comfort that it brings, but also for just to be prepared for what's coming, because all these teams are going to present serious challenges in the first round. And I don't want to denigrate the seasons all 3 of those teams have had to be where they are, and suggesting that the other teams at the lower end of the playoff picture could beat them. But, like, it's just the reality of this league right now. I don't think it would be an indictment of any of those teams and say, well, what an upset this would be. Like, this is a crazy league.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Eric Engels from Sportsnet, senior columnist, and covers the Canadiens. Last thing on Montreal, Eric, for you. In net, Dobis has been great all year long. Is he, you think, trending towards just being the guy for them in the playoffs? Would there be a rotation? And I guess how trustworthy would he be for you, given that he's still obviously a very inexperienced goalie?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was solid early on in winning games, and the Canadians were gunning for him. They scored a lot of goals, helping him find his game. I think he transitioned to being pretty good, and recently he's been arguably the best in the league. Like, he's just been unbelievable. Put him up there with probably what Swayman has been doing for Boston. The demeanor, what we're seeing from him in front of his net, how he's kind of matured mentally, physically, technically, was unforeseen in terms of all within this season, and he is a rookie. He has inspired full faith at this point. He is the guy. To have Jake Fowler right behind him as a parachute, pretty good option. Guy is fantastic. Just an incredible kid with an extremely bright future as a number one in this league, without doubt in my mind. I mean, the Canadians have run into the playoffs before with rookie tandems. It's gone well for them. It's crazy, but these two guys have solidified a position in a very impressive way. I know Alex Lyon's been great in Buffalo. I know the goaltending has probably not been to that standard, which was extremely high over the last couple of weeks, but, big win in Tampa and back and forth, everything quick. I like Montreal's goaltending with what it's shown of late, and we'll see if they can maintain it. If they do, they're going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, it's another similarity. Like, the Sabres were rotating all year long, and in the last week, it's, Luukkonen seemingly is taking over the net, whereas to now, if the playoffs started tonight, there wouldn't really be a question. It would be him. So we'll see if that's still the case when we get there. Yeah.
That's interesting, considering how great Lions has been this year.
No doubt. I mean, he's had a couple of rougher games in a row recently, and I don't think it can't flip back around in the final 4 games. But, yeah, Luukkonen, I think, is kind of earning that, at least the start of the playoffs. You never know. If you get a bad game, too, then it could flip back around pretty quickly.
Nice to have 2 guys.
Yeah. Eric Engels from Sportsnet with us. Thanks for the time again, Eric, and maybe we'll chat again down the road. I mean, these two teams could easily play in round 1, so.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a probability.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Eric. Montreal tonight against the Florida Panthers. Sabre fans will be scoreboard watching that one, 7 o'clock. Also, Tampa is in action as well against Ottawa. So a couple of games that matter next to the Sabres in the Atlantic. Extendo Sports when we come back, and then we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR.
So, all right, what does Tuch do? Really, really good penalty killer, good defensively in his own end. Do we think that Noah Ostlund can take just that role over?
I think that he's already doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So can he replace Tuch on the kill and eat some of the defensive zone minutes that Tuch eats? Yes? All right, we're all good there. Okay, great. Good.
Yep.
Okay, now we've got to replace a little bit of goal scoring. Can the combination of the development from a Noah Ostlund offensively, a Zach Benson, or a Jack Quinn, plus, I mean, did you see some of the plays Consta Helenus made last night?
I saw some clips. He's on fire in Rochester.
He is dominating the AHL in a way that you would say this guy is ready to go next year. You're not putting him back in the A next year.
That's true.
Do you think that the combination of an increase from Benson, Quinn, Ostlund, and the addition of Helenus can replace the total offensive production from Alex Tuch? I think you could probably be pretty comfy in saying yes to that. I mean, if you get 7 more goals out of Ostlund, you get another 10 from Benson, you get the same thing you're getting now from Quinn, and you get a decent rookie year out of Helenus.
Mm-hmm.
That is his offensive production replaced. Now, will that be the same sort of comfortable fit with Thompson? Will that be the same energy and leadership in the locker room? Mm-hmm. No, probably not. Definitely not right away. But I think you are in a position as an organization where you can make this decision and feel comfortable either way without doing anything else with the room that it gets you. So I think that there is a real place to go here where you can decide after the season, all right,
wrapping things up here on Jeremy and Joe. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next. Saw Fernando Mendoza is visiting with the Raiders, which is not a surprise. Dan Orlovsky is still out here saying, now it's actually a little different. Not that Simpson is a better quarterback than Mendoza, but that also he's a better fit for the Raiders. I mean, the draft's got to talk about something. I don't really know what else there is that's like crazy interesting and unique this year versus next year. I did see Todd McShay say next year's quarterback class, all-time good. It's not just that there are going to be 5, 6, 7 guys. Like the level of prospect. Some of these guys might be the best quarterback prospects we've seen in years, and there could be multiple. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way next. We'll talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.